Welcome back, everybody, to another night of the AEL University Elite Series here with Marvel Rivals. It's Matsy and TwoTapTony coming at you once again for the one, the only Grand Finals. And Tony, that's not all that's on the agenda, because we also have our third place matchup, and it's all heating up to conclude this amazing season.
Yeah, it should be exciting. I was going to say we've got some great games up, and it all comes to a boiling point here, Matt. We get to see who's our champion and who takes home third, fourth.
That's it, but you know what else is going to be champion material here, Tony? Our sponsors. So let's get straight into them right here, right now.
Yeah, absolutely. AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide the best-in-class monitor solutions for all gaming and all other needs.
That's it, and a big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks here. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And last but not least, Indomie, the noodle partner made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Matt, again, shout out our sponsors. We always love them.
That's it. You know them, you love them. Big shout out to each and every one of them there. You know, definitely helping us to put on an amazing show. And the show must go on. We have amazing games on deck here today, Tony. It is going to be just fantastic. You know, the teams have built themselves up to take it as far as they possibly can. They've made it to today, you know, the grand final matchup and our third, fourth place matchup there. So very keen to see exactly who will be crowned our victor. You know, our teams have been pretty hungry for this one. We've heard all about it during the course of the season, in the course of their interviews there. It's just been an amazing journey to watch and to be a part of, you know, to tell the players' stories and to see how they've all developed over time. And as you heard us talking about, we are going to be talking right through that right now. It's going to be our grand final kicking off later in the evening. We're kicking off right now, though, with our third place match between UTS and Monash to see who will be able to rise up and claim third place here this season. And very excited for which team can do it. You know, will it be last season's champions in Monash, or will UTS be able to step up to the plate here?
Yeah, as you said, last season's champions in that third place. It feels wrong, Matt. I was going to say Monash had such a strong season, but then it kind of all fell apart towards the tail end of those last few weeks. We got in the semis, and we weren't expecting that upset last week. I was going to say a very well-played game from RMIT with a 3-0 there to put themselves in the grand final. And sending Monash down to the lower bracket where they have to face down UTS, I worry for Monash, Matt, because I was going to say, as you said, defending champions, and I was going to say just doesn't feel like they're in champion form at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like things have gotten a bit higgledy-piggledy, doesn't it? You know, but in saying that, things are the exact opposite of that. Clean slate into the grand final. UNSW and RMIT have had a pretty clean record all throughout the season, honestly. You know, both of those teams have really been able to showcase their development and their potential as teams. Like UNSW definitely stepping up to the plate this time around. They've showcased just pure finesse, you know, a masterclass in how to hold things down. RMIT, one and the same. You know, we've seen some very tricky tech come out from them. A lot of fun to see, or to bear witness to what they're capable of. But speaking of capabilities, we are going to jump straight into our third place matchup right here between Monash and UTS. And you think it's the best of three? No. Today, it's your lucky day. It's going to be a best of 5. And here's our rosters.
Yeah, rosters for you. The defending champions, unfortunately not defending their title, but they're down in that third, fourth. It is Monash, Genzo, Wosh, Dixon, Joji, Student, and Fiven. And then, of course, for the side of UTS, it's Floente, Milk, Dinosaur Pillow, Antony, Jay Sune, and Gas. Matt, these are, just looking at the players on paper, right? This strikes fear into my heart. I was going to say, this is probably going to be an explosive third place decider, right? Monash, probably after that revenge story, after getting knocked down here. UTS have, I was going to say, they've looked pretty consistent throughout the season. Just, I guess, you know, unfortunately getting the unlucky draw of UNSW in that upper bracket semi. So, you know, what are you going to do? UTS down here in their third, fourth against Monash. And it's, you know, as I said, scary rosters on paper, keen to get into it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Very excited and keen to see exactly what's going to come out of this one. You know, I think all these players have definitely showcased what their capabilities are. And I think that UTS is a really strong roster. You know, I think they'll really be able to take it to the likes of Monash in this one. And very eager to see exactly how things are going to play out as we are heading through, Tony, to Krakoa. Look where we're going.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, Krakoa, to kick it off, of course. Domination's always an interesting plate on, you know, the whole course that is the Marvel Rivals map pool. Domination's one of those game modes where you can kind of get off to a hot start if you're really able to find those KOs early, get a little bit early confidence, and then kind of steamroll the result from there. And I imagine for a team like Monash, right, they're one of those teams that likes to play with a lot of confidence. They like to steamroll when they get that opportunity. So they're going to have to come out to a flying start here because I imagine UTS aren't going to let them come out to that flying start.
No, I don't think they're going to let them in any way, shape, or form, Tony. I think that they're really going to have to work hard for this one, and there's going to be a big problem. Exactly how things play out. As we start things off with a treat, it's going to be playing out with a couple of bands on board, Torch and Ultron. Ultron are going to be one of the most commonly banned strategists in the pool, I'd say, and Torch, one in the same, but Protect's going to be locked in for Ultron this time around. So very different to what we've seen in other competition. But on the top side of things from Monash, it is not going to be any different at all. As Mantis, one of the hottest strategists on the ban list. I think that he's the strategist to ban at the moment, Tony. So whenever you do see Mantis locked into any game, it's really a surprise.
Yeah, I was gonna say, always interesting to see the intricacies of how these picks and bans go. Of course, Luna getting locked in here is a very key one for Monash. I was gonna say they've been playing a lot into the Cloak and Dagger as a late, you know, student's been rocking with that one, and for Monash, I feel like, you know, something was missing out of them last week in that semi-final. So hopefully they've adjusted themselves. Of course, I guess the picks and bans is really where you see the adjustments be made. We'll see UTS taking away the Mantis as well. Emma Frost for both sides, you know, nothing really all too crazy. I was going to say, not really throwing a spanner in the works here for either of these teams early on. So, you know, sticking with what they know.
Yeah, sticking with what they know, trying to get into that ebb and flow there, and eager to see how they can manage to navigate it. You know, I think there's definitely good potential here on the safe side of things. It's going to be Monash coming at you with Tony's favorite, Cloak and Dagger on deck, everybody. We're going to get into the Eternal Bond here, and very excited for how that ultimate plays out, and we'll see what the next ban is going to be for UTS.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, Cloak and Dagger, as you said, my favorite, Matt, and as I said, heavy reliance from Monash recently to that pick Star-Lord getting taken away. UTS wasn't expecting that one. I was going to say, you know, Monash they've shown a little bit of flexibility. I believe, you know, Joji probably pretty flexible in his hero pool. Dixon, I believe, has maybe played the Star-Lord hero there for like a second. I was going to say, we haven't seen all too much of Star-Lord, so interesting one out of UTS. The lock towards Magneto for the final one. Definitely respect that one, as we'll finally see the final bans and locks here out of the side of Monash. And I was going to say, you know, pretty standard kind of stuff coming out here.
Yeah, so Star-Lord makes a lot of sense because a lot of teams lately have had a tendency to play into like that flying duelist type player there. You know, they can combine it into a triple strategist type thing because the meta's definitely shifted in that direction at the moment. So it makes sense that they play into the Star-Lord, especially with access to that Galactic Legend available. You know, you can just reach into the skies. It's a lot harder to take down that target, and then they're just able to rain down legendary firepower from them in their squadron. But speaking of legendary firepower, we're seeing the top ban out of the rank queues played into the game here right now. Joji going to be on the Black Panther. So very interested to see how this divey composition kind of plays out for Monash, you know? Just, well, not going to be playing BP this time, but they do still have 2 diving vanguards, so there's at least that, you know? And you know what, Tony? Doji's a divey character too. You know, you got that fire strike coming down from Torch. That's a bit of a dive, right? Right? Yeah.
Yeah. little bit of a dive there. I was gonna say, I thought when you spoke about the #1 fan in the rankings, I thought we were gonna be speaking about the Venom. I was gonna say a prevalency of Venom and Jeff recently, and we're gonna be seeing that one out of UTS. Clients are rocking with that one. Gas over, of course. And then, you know, Magneto for Dinosaur Pillow, but we'll get up to the races here. We'll wait for the mission area to unlock. Just a lot of a little bit of chip damage out of Joji. As Monash kind of identify where UTS are coming from, they're taking a little bit of a different path towards the lower ground.
Yeah, opting to take a different approach, but mission area now going to be online. Taking a bit of damage already. Genzo, though, not going to hesitate. With a smoke screen coming up as well. Gas at first KO on a lock. Oh, look at that. They're trying to get that KO through on Anthony immediately, but they are able to slip away. Genzo now traded out as well. Things looking good for UTS here, but Dixon has locked it down onto Anthony there, so they have a more flexibility as they don't have to look to the skies except for Jaysune there on the Ultron, but WhatOCE is hunting down Jeff. Poor Jeff will have to swim back to safety there and see what else they can get out of there. Speaking of what they can get, it's Joji looking to get everything here. Rage of Ultron, though, already online, and Joji says goodbye.
Yeah, Rage of Ultron coming out. Anthony picking up that KO. Instead, Jaysune rules the skies for the moment. Fate of Both Worlds coming out from 5 to keep everybody healthy. For the side of Monash, no KOs coming through. Magneto Meteor M here for Dinosaur Pillow, but slams onto the Sprout. It won't hit anybody. We'll see, actually, BkWhatOCE take apart both Dixon and Genzo, so they're off the point. And UTS now can look to play for it with the Piece of the Abyss.
That's it, jumping straight into it here. Great contention on to the mission area as well. Really impressed with how long both sides have been able to hold up here, but doesn't look like Monash is going to be able to hold on much longer as UTS now take that control. They are going to stroll back. Oh, look at this. That's so nasty. They're going to wait for WhatOCE to walk back and get the delayed, like, staggered KO there. That's just so mean, Tony.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal to see. I was going to say, because now WhatOCE comes out a little bit late to the party. Dixon also getting KO'd there in the interim. So UTS as well controlling the space. I was going to say, you've got Gas up on the high ground here. You've got Jaysune and Dinosaur Pillow towards the lower side of things here. UTS kind of going for a multifaceted hold here towards the choke. And for Monash, of course, they've got a few ultimates up online. We need to see them kind of find their mark here. Anthony get tagged up there by Joji, who's swapped over to the Phoenix of all things.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. Jumping into the Phoenix, you can get a lot of burst damage onto the opposing team there. But speaking of burst damage, they're playing into that Galactic Legends, you know. It's just so impressive seeing that KO potential come out of them there. And it's exactly why Star-Lord has started to become a lot more prevalent. Because you have such a frontward team composition there, you know, you can really play around your Venom now into the Magneto there as well. And you can just reach for the skies, so it's very difficult for your opponent to really try and decipher as to where they want to aim target-wise, because Star-Lord is just so mobile, you know, they're just such a jittery character, and it's just difficult to hunt them down.
And speaking of jittery, Genzo getting a little bit antsy, diving on towards the backline, but sent packing for the moment. We'll see Ensong Inferno out of Joji looking to try and snipe out a crucial target. That will be the KO on the Milk News. The Cloak and Dagger's out here for UTS, so they're now relying on the Jeff time and will not hit its mark. Everybody able to dodge that one out. It's another one from Joji, looking for a third KO potentially here onto the Venom. Gas getting tagged up, taken low, and it's WhatOCE to find that one on the Dinosaur Pillow. UTS, they get to 99, but Monash, they find their final stand.
And they will, jumping straight into it here. They do manage to get control of the mission area right at the perfect moment. They've also got 4 ults they can navigate around too. UTS have just picked up a couple here, getting closer to some more, so they can stall things out a little bit, you know, build up their ult percentage a little further here before they dive into a fight. I can respect them on that front, but see how they gun things forward. Dixon has brought out the Goddess of Death here, looking to see if they can get anything more. It's time for the Meteor into the Eternal Bond from Milk and Dinosaur. Ooh.
That's a bit of a bold reach there, but they are going to be reaching for the strategists now. Dixon's gone down, looking for more. Good freeze going out, but they will catch the KO eventually. Monash trying to get out of this one, trying to slip away, but they can only do so much. One of the respawning strategists or duelists there may just have to change into Strange here and get a portal up, because otherwise it could be the map done and dusted, Tone.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it might just be that. Nobody there swapping onto the Strange, and, well, there goes the first point at Krakoa. The mission area taken, Cradle by UTS. And, well, I was going to say, last time, you know, speaking about the Strange, we saw Monash actually had that one banned out from them the whole semi-finals against RMIT. That's where they kind of fell apart, right? You know, Monash is one of those teams that's throughout the season been very aggressive on their portal play and very proactive in that regard. So yeah, it's so weird to see Monash not go for that one. But props to UTS, they held that point down super well towards the end there.
Great.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, right, how Strange bans, even into the ban and save phase, have become a bit more of a commonality against some of the teams into professional play there as well. You know, they're trying to ban out that Strange end of round portal potential. But now WhatOCE is looking to play into it. And you can tell they mean business, because Joji is bringing out the Winter Soldier. That is what Joji is renowned for. But speaking of portal play, Tone, looks like they're going to try and get early onto the mission area here. Scope out some of the approach and look to take the high ground. Oh, straight onto it. Not the high ground.
Straight onto it. Not the high ground.
They're going to counter portal, though.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, Dinosaur Pillow going for counter portal here. They're going to portal behind where Monash just portaled in. Gas has already taken out one. Galactic Legend already coming out from Antony, but it's Joji on his tried and trusted Winter Soldier, able to find the pick there. The KO comes in quickly, and now all of a sudden, UTS, they can't get through the portal. WhatOCE is blocking it completely. Dixon getting involved for another KO, and this will send UTS back for the moment. More picks coming out here. WhatOCE, and they're not done. They'll find Sune as well.
Just a masterclass in tracking there coming out from Joji, Tony, setting up a ton of damage into some KOs for their team, and that's going to allow them some early mission area control here. So, going to hit the reset on the UTS for the moment. Can't get caught off guard either. It's good that WhatOCE can just hold the front line, distance themselves around the shield there. Whilst UTS tries to yield some ground here, taking territory quite steadily, but percentages are pumping up, one and the same. Speaking of pumping up, though, damage coming out from Joji right now. Already forcing UTS back. You know, they can't get too up close and personal, otherwise they're gonna get punished. KO onto Antony already. To see if they can get many more. But speaking of, things get a bit pear-shaped here. Joji's got crack and impact ready.
Yeah, they've also got BkWhatOCE, Feast of the Abyss, everything they want to pile on if they want to pile on. Rage of Ultron comes out, Feast of the Abyss, Genzo's out of there though, because he hears the Rage of Ultron. Sune will snipe out Joji, and now UTS are looking for the fight themselves. Dixon with the Goddess of Death up on high ground here. Floente will take out 5 on. And Dixon now running for the hills. It's now all of a sudden UTS turning this fight on its head. We'll see up in the skies Sune and Antony still ruling from above. And they'll stagger out this final KO onto Genzo. UTS, they'll cap the point back.
Cap the point back and wrap things up. So nicely done to redeem themselves here. Monash still in the lead for percentage for now, but you can definitely see a semblance of the comeback potential coming out from UTS here. Another benefit of Joji playing into that Winter Soldier, you know, is they are able to bring out that energy circle there and just take players out of the skies. So really does nullify some of their potential. But speaking of potential, we're tapping in with the Komodo with the Fate of Both Worlds there, and that is going to be a team wipe-up coming out from Monash here. So just as soon as UTS got control of the mission area, they are going to lose it with haste. And with haste, Monash is already pacing their way much further up. You can see they're locked in here. They want to make sure that UTS don't get anywhere near the mission area right now, but it looks like Milk is going to get them closer. Eternal Bond coming online straight onto the mission area. Rage of Ultron as well, trying to do the very best they can into this to see if they can react, and there it is. Big dunk onto Fioven there, and they're looking for much more, but the Kraken impact is online onto the strategist. Will they go down though? No, this Galactic Legend is going to take down their whole team.
Yeah, Anthony sweeping him by the wayside like a broom. You can see it was clean from UTS on the re-approach there. I was going to say, a great fight from Monash initially to get onto the point, get that capture to 99, but then it was a little bit sloppy. They weren't expecting them to come through the portal there, and UTS, a great fight back. They had to expend a lot of ultimates. As you said, Rage of Ultron came through, Eternal Bond as well out of Milk News, and Galactic Legend. I was going to say, UTS really over-expending their ultimates in that last one.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You know, really committing a lot to take that control there, and we'll see how they will manage to approach the rest of this one. You know, oh, speaking of, Agamotto comes out, doesn't do all that much to be honest. Maelstrom online, Milk's down, a good start up. Genzo taking advantage of the damage numbers here, and Joji one of the same. They're managing to pick up KOs as soon as they need them. OT timer is all but over. Fluente, it's time for the portal. Their team is contesting. This is perfect. They can get straight back onto the mission area here and try and do the very best they can. They're trying to push in from spawn here. Here it comes. A Rage of Ultron are going to keep their Vanguards online. They're trading in this. WHOCE is going down, but the Kraken Impact's coming out. Got us a death from Dixon 99 as well. They are going to be primed up, get the damage through, and doing whatever they can. And there it is. That is going to be the quad KO. And enjoy the show zone, because it's one apiece on the Grove.
Yeah, one apiece all tied up. Some great adaptations from Monash using that strange, but also, I was going to say, it felt like the target focus was a little bit there for Monash, you know? We went into that first point on this map and we're like, all right, Monash, what's going on? There's no communication flowing, there's no strange. Something feels off, and you know, that one felt a little bit like the Monash we were expecting to see. UTS, though, it definitely made them fight for it, and I was going to say, I have to give them credit. Once again, you speak about this flyer composition. Sune Anthony just dishing out so much damage from the air, but you know what punishes those flyers? It's the Hella. Dixon 99 been absolutely pivotal in that last one, and that's why we're at a third match. So, expected, I feel, of, you know, two of these teams, very high caliber players, and hopefully this third one gonna deliver going into this mission area unlock.
Yeah, let's see how this portal goes right now, as I'm gonna wait things out. See how things fare here. Here we go. Straight onto the Jeff. Goodbye to Fluente, and maybe goodbye to a few more from there to take down some of that healing potential from the strategists here. Ooh. Sune taking a bit of damage as well, but here we go. Eternal Bond online from both sides. Reach to the Abyss as well. Anthony going to be going down, so they aren't going to be able to pump up as much damage out of this one. Still trying to hold back. You know, the Eternal Bonds are still making an impact, but not enough to keep Sune online. And going to be taking down the Eye of Agamotto as well. Goodbye to Joji, looking for more as well. Dinosaur Pillow in a ton of trouble. The healing is just too grand. All the HP, and there we go. Well, the Eye of Agamotto from WHOCE there, trying to find Milk, get it with a Maelstrom, and looking for more onto Fluente again, but they are going to be able to slip away, and just like that, Monash slip through and take the initial mission area control.
Yeah, this is more like the Monash we were expecting, Matt. The portal player on top of UTS when they're not expecting it to start off that fight. You know, finding that first KO onto Fluente, it spoke volumes, right? You know, all of a sudden UTS, as you said, the healing looks a little bit rough. The one strategist being down allows, I was going to say, Monash to play a little bit more aggressive. And once again, we'll see Joji tried and trusted on the Winter Soldier. Will go for the Kraken Impact, but gets shut down by Dinosaur Pillow. And Monash, now they need to retreat a little bit here, because UTS, they've got the power of the numbers here. Dixon will go to the skies. They do have Fate of both worlds and the Eternal Bond. We'll see the Jeff time come out here, swallow up Dinosaur Pillow. Gento going for the Meteor 2, doesn't quite hit its mark, actually does. Takes out Fluente. And now all of a sudden, Monash turned this fight back on its head.
Here we go, Galactic Legend coming out to try and turn the tides once again now for UTS. Joji in a ton of trouble, does get KO'd immediately. Genzo one of the same. Anthony is locked in on these KOs. And they will be able to flow something together. Great delayed KO on a WHOCE as well, just staggering them out, buying as much time as you possibly can for your team. Now forcing Monash into the reset zone here. So, let's see how they will be able to try and puncture their way in towards the mission area once again, because there's no ult available for Monash here. UTS, they got two key ones, so they can definitely turn the tides of a fight again, try and clean things up here, but see how they do navigate it, because Monash right now, they're maintaining the high ground, trying to rain down a power. Damage from above, one and the same. Vixen does get the KO on a gas there. That's a good way to start, but the Agamotto is going to get 3, 4 more KOs in kind. So, massive wipe up. They didn't even need to commit the Eternal Bond there, so that's great old economy coming out from UTS here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was a Monash starting to win that fight initially. You saw Dixon snipe out gas there on the fadeaway, and I was like, alright. But the rest of UTS kind of controlling towards that high ground, and I was gonna say just really answering back perfectly into Neat. And J-Sune once again these flyers. Rage of Ultron coming out here. Dishing up the damage, softening up these KOs, but nothing quite fine. So Monash able to stabilize here. And we'll start to try and walk it back.
Walk it back, lock it in, and let's see which way this one is going to spin right now. Piece of the Abyss coming out from Gas here, trying their best to shut down Joji, but not going to be able to do it. Milk, big Eternal Bond coming out, a big focus straight towards them there. We'll see if they are going to be able to take more from it. Agamotto again from Dinosaur Pillow. They just keep getting that ult up. Speaking of, Jeff Time coming out from Fuente there. They've picked up a couple pieces there, but they're not going to get any more. Goddess of Death into nowhere, but Galactic Legend everywhere. Look at that. Joji locks it down with the tainted voltage there, and they are going to be looking to do much, much more. But for now, Tony, Monash take the floor. They've got missionary control once again, but over again, they got no ults, and UTS, they're close to getting a bit of enragement.
Yeah, a bit of enragement. They're looking fired up. I was going to say UTS now, looking to try and walk on back. I was going to say Rage of Ultron, almost up here for J-Sune. And I was going to say, the real difference maker has been the whole composition, right? You know, WotOCE now on this Strange, Joji on the tried and trusted Winter Soldier has been a key point in how Monash should come back into this one. But as I said, Rage of Ultron now online will be used here, trying to snipe out the strategist towards the backline. 5 and low, it will be sniped out. KO comes in from J-Sune, but traded back by Joji. We'll see another from Anthony. We'll see now Joji try to fight out this mission vehicle, this mission area. It's all done and dusted though. Dinosaur Pillow clean him up with a Maelstrom, and UTS will be able to take home Krakoa.
Oh my goodness. Can you believe what we are witnessing right now, Tony? Such a neck and neck, back and forth endeavor here, and UTS managed to take things out on top into the first map here. Really great start from them. Dinosaur Pillow locking it in. You know, you saw how quickly they were able to build that ult percentage on the Strange there. Starting off strong and really playing it to a T. Getting those Agamottos out to turn the tides of the fights for their team over and over again. And very eager to see what else they can do here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting going into the next one, right? What do we see out of the bands? I definitely feel like a Strange one's necessary for both sides, right? Because Dinosaur Pillow playing that one perfectly. I was going to say WotOCE was a key to watch there as well on the Strange. So, you know, this is going to be an interesting one in terms of the picks and bands going into the next one. But Matt, I feel like Monash didn't get to show all too much. I was going to say in that first map of domination. You know, they finally found their footing. We put Joji on what he's comfortable on. We put WotOCE and Genzo on those 2 shield vanguards, and I was going to say Genzo has always been a treat to watch with Mag. WotOCE has always been a treat to watch with the Strange, so the adaptations were there from Monash. They just, I guess, did them a little bit too late in terms of the map pick here.
Yeah, I can agree there, Tony. You know, I think little too late into that one, and unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know. But speaking of how things crumble and rumble and tumble, we are going to be tumbling our way into Midtown for our next upcoming map here, Tony. And definitely eager to see how both our teams approach this one. You know, we got a lot of potential in a map like this one. You know, I'm feeling a bit of blade action online. Maybe not.
Maybe not. No, I don't imagine we'll see all too much. We can hope. I was going to say, I don't imagine we'll see all too much blade. I feel like Midtown's a map that kind of lends itself towards the flyer DPS more. I was going to say we saw a little bit of a hint of that. Joji did hover the torch for a little bit because that one got let through. So my question is, will it get let through for this next one? I don't think so. You know, Midtown. And I was going to say, especially how choke heavy some of those pushes are with that mission vehicle. I was going to say Torch is a really good character in a map like Midtown. So I don't imagine we'll see it through, but you know, I could eat my words. We've seen some crazy change ups and adaptations in the picks and vids already. You know, we saw Star-Lord take it out early on there in the piece, so you know, it's going to be interesting to see. But I feel like for Monash, they're just starting to get fired up. UTS, though, this is how we wanted to see them start the series, right?
Yeah, exactly. Start on top. You know, you were saying that they were going to be looking at very confident, and I don't disagree. Like, they definitely were looking at very confident. It was great to see the resurgence into the second mission area there coming out from Monash as well. You know, it showed that they're pretty hungry to like take this on. They're pretty hungry to try and claim a victory here into this best of 5 series as well. And I guess that's the beauty of playing into a best of 5 as opposed to your traditional best of 3, right? In the sense that it gives both teams a grander chance in order to lock in and really give it their all. And we're going to be into the next banner safe phase here. It's time to get in to the convoy section on Midtown.
Yeah, Midtown Convoy. I feel like probably one of my more favorite game modes, Matt. It feels very, you know, at home for a game like Marvel Rivals. You know, the back and forth, you know, there's some fights that go your way, and there's some fights you just have to hard reset for, and that, I guess, really tests the team's mettle here in, you know, these third, fourth, these grand final matches. I was going to say how quickly you can adapt on the fly is one you always get to see on the Convoy game mode. So, of course, we'll look at our picks and bans once again. Ultron Prio here for UTS, because J-Sune played that one pretty comfortably. Monash going to be taking away the Torch and the Mantis once again. So, you know, respect to, you know, how, I was going to say UTS have been playing their strategists, and as well, how well their duelist can bring that Torch out. I was going to say, I believe Anthony's been rocking that one. As well, J-Sune can rock that one if necessary. So, you know, UTS pretty flexible in what they want to bring to the table. Monash going straight back to the Magneto as well. I kind of like that one out of them.
Yeah, I kind of like that as well. I feel like there's definitely good potential coming out with the Meteors there, you know, and being able to put priority on that definitely will strengthen their resolve here. So, eager to see how we are going to be able to respond to this right now, because the Torchman coming out from Monash, it's more targeted because Anthony is known as a really strong Torch player. So that's why they're prioritizing that duelist as opposed to the traditional band structure, trying to focus down some of the heavier strategists to focus here. But obviously, we're seeing a lot of strategists focus now, you know. Mantis going bye-byes. No surprises there. Luna taking a little way away as well. So definitely going to find a lot more structure here. But curious on what the rest of this one is going to go down like, Oni.
Yeah, this is I don't know, a lot of the standard stuff, right? Monash, I kind of respect that they're playing 5 and over on the Luna a little bit more. I was going to say they're one of those teams that, as you saw, priority towards the Cloak and Dagger, but as well, the flexibility of bringing that Luna through and, of course, taking it away from UTS is an interesting one, but we'll see a target ban here, Matt. We'll see Joji's Winter Soldier taken away by UTS.
Yeah, that's another targeted ban there, so definitely don't want to deal with that again. Ooh! This is good. So
Okay.
This plays into what I was talking about before, where some teams like to ban out that Strange because it just minimizes that late point potential. You know, they aren't going to be able to get those teleports through at the later stage of the map there. But one of the same also could be targeted ban on Dinosaur Pillow, to be honest, considering what they were able to do with Strange last map. Like, they do not want to have any of that business.
Yeah, that feels personal, you know, taking away Winter Soldier, taking away the Strange. Yeah, I kind of respect it from both sides, right? Playing a little bit of mental warfare in the picks and bans here. But I was going to say, interesting kind of composition being thought about here right now for the likes of UTS. Going for the Storm team up, potentially. I was going to say we saw Jeff for a second there, but I don't believe they are going to be rocking with that one. The Groot, though, I kind of respect it out of UTS, especially on the attack. You can kind of use Groot to control all the lower ground while your Storm takes position as well. They can kind of play a very good kidnap composition, right? Anthony with the Wolverine, you put gas up on the wall, and I was going to say, it's nightmare for whoever to get kidnapped, right?
It certainly is. You know, it's like you're taking a temporary break from the game there. You aren't going to be able to do anything, and
I can't think of a more cursed place to be, Tony. Oh, and here we go! Wow, that is crazy how far they just took them there. Poor Gento.
Yeah, that is, I was going to say, true to form what we expected out of the Wolverine. It's the, as I said, one of those guys who play pretty much a lot of the characters, a lot of meta characters in the duelist pool there. But, well, we'll see UTS now start to push towards the mission vehicle. A lot of damage being dished back and forth, but everybody's staying healthy for the moment. The other one, like, kind of dropping low dinosaur pillow. But you will see the Omega Hurricane come through, soaring through the backline with the Jeff team up from Fluense on the final mark there. It's 3 KOs, J-Sune. Make it 4, make it 5. It's a Penta from J-Sune. N1 from Anthony. UTS clean sweep in that fight. And Monash, they're sent packing once the spawn again. And Joji going to be looking for the portal.
Yeah, I like this as well. They can contest the mission vehicle here and just bide a little bit more time. Oh, straight into the straggling prison there, the Thornwood wall as well. It's just hellfire raining down, but at least they have the invisible boundary and they've denied the psionic seduction. That's a huge freeze coming out from Dixon there. Straight into the fate of both worlds with the Agamotto. Oh, the reaction here is huge. Last stand from Anthony though. They've been frozen. This is big! Dixon is putting in work right now for their team. The power of the strategist is something that should not be shaken off.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe that Hella game was just a little bit of a warm-up. Now Dixon with some very impressive slows there. Those stuns just so crucial in shutting down UTS. And, well, now you see Monash, they take the tempo back. Just one good strange portal. And they're back. You know, that Penta never happened, Matt. We never saw that KO. And now we'll see how they can play with it. Cooperating time once again from Wash. Got shut down last time. But we'll see Sierra as well, our student. Everybody's healthy. A Mega Hurricane once again on top of the Jeff time. J-Sune looking for this crucial KO. And we'll sweep across the backline for another Quadra. And they will look to try and find a Wash to make it the Penta. Back to back from UTS, and they'll continue to push this mission vehicle.
Just so impressive how they've been able to take advantage of these team-ups here. You know, the Jeff NATO is not something to shake off here. Definitely going to be big potential, and going to take even more than just that, because they're playing into Moon Knight as well. Anthony will be able to bring out the Hand of Khonshu here. It's just so much damage up the front, Tony, and knowing how quickly you can build up your ult charge on Moon Knight, that's just going to be relentless punishment coming through. But speaking of relentless punishment, Star-Lord from Joji this time, now looking to lock in some damage here and see what else they can do as Wosh Gento jumping in on the KOs with Dixon there. So, great way to force them back, but see how things stack up into the next sector.
Yeah, this is more like what we were expecting to see, right? UTS, they go blow for blow with Monash, and this is how we wanted to see this convoy start off for the likes of Monash, right? You know, UTS back-to-back enters from J-Sune, and then, of course, we'll see the immediate adaptation. This is the power of the convoy. Monash are able to make those adjustments, right? We'll see Wosh over towards the Hulk to kind of nullify the presence that has been gas on that group. But we'll, of course, see Khonshu come out. Goddess of Death here from Dixon, trying to send those strategists back in for the moment. But the rest of the KOs are coming through here. J-Sune getting sniped on the back end. Dinosaur Pillow will be able to collect that with a full charged up beam. Monash, well, they're sent back to the spawn once again. Just what I said, they made the adaptations necessary.
Yeah, just as soon as you think they're bringing it up, they are going to be brought straight back down there. So, we'll have to see how they fight on into this one. But, you know, fighting on UTS, they're looking to fight hard and fight strong here. Ooh, Galactic Legend coming out, but the timing might not be so good considering the Eternal Bond is doing everything to keep UTS up right now. Like Joji sneezing on them. All that damage there, not doing much, but they are going to be able to bring things up in a second here. Rage of Ultron coming out from J-Sune, going to be straight in to the prey. Big reaction from Gento with a meteor there. Immediate punishment, and Monash take advantage of this fight.
Yeah, able to immediately find some hits. Fluense the back end of things, well, he took apart Student and Wosh. The rest of Monash, though, they're still healthy in numbers. FloWense, I was going to say, going to be regrouping with the team there. You know, a little bit, I guess, caught off guard, and I was going to say that's probably the fastest way to get out of there, right?
Yeah, that would definitely be the fastest way to get out, fastest way to lock it in. But we'll see what they are going to be able to do in a moment here as time's ticking, Tone, and now we are down at 2-minute mark. BkWhatOCE is bringing out the famous Thor. We saw a lot of this in Season 1, and now Thor's got more power than ever. So let's see how they go.
It's, I was going to say, running in front here, Dinosaur Pillow with the Psionic Seduction. Going to be starting up 2 there, and I was going to say they're already losing out members. Ensong Inferno from Anthony towards the back end of things. Where's Joji? All the way fighting Anthony. And we'll find that quick KO. 16 HP. Going to be walking away from this one, limping even. Galactic Legend going to come out from Joji now as they'll look to hold down this mission vehicle just before the cap. It's a double out of Joji. Storming on through, trying to find J-Sune. Will be able to pick it up. Genzo will find FloWense. Joji with the solo play actually keeps this hold for the side of Monash, making a quadra from Joji. And UTS, well, that's as far as they'll go, Matt. Beautiful play. And well timed out of Joji there. I was going to say down to 16 points of health. That could have been scary.
Yeah, that could have been terrifying even, Tony. But you know what? Monash are going to make the best out of this situation and cut off the push nice and early here. Let's see how they go on to their own attacking side here. They're trying to figure out exactly which characters they want to play into here. Will Joji play Punisher? Will it be Dixon? Will we see something entirely different? Ooh, Joji Moon Knight could be coming out here. BkWhatOCE looking to play into the Groot there. Okay, I think I see what they're going for here. So triple duelist, double strategist there into the one Vanguard. Definitely can work, especially if UTS is going to be bringing up a much more defensively focused composition here. You know, playing around that Emma shield, having Magneto to put the bubbles out there. They got the triple strategist of their own, compensating with more damage out of the duelists. It definitely could rain down a bit of pain onto them. And having Joji there as well with Moon Knight, you know, being able to rely upon those arcs, maybe do a bit more from there. I can see the way that the fights might play out here, but curious how it's all going to go down in practice, Tony, as we jump straight back into it.
Yeah, I definitely feel as well Dixon on this Punisher was probably a call to action, you know, Gas playing that Groot in that last push there for UTS. Dixon probably a little bit better on the Punisher, and I was going to say, can break those walls very, very quickly if you're allowed to free fire onto them. Well, for Monash, they're taking space, and already see a quick KO there. Anthony sniping that one out on the back end of things. You know, Joji probably thought he was safe there.
Oh, you think you're safe until you're not. Just like being on the other side of a Hawkeye headshot arrow when you're playing strategists. You think you're safe until Hawkeye gets involved. But we are going to be seeing a lot more damage coming out from UTS here. Definitely doing their best to keep Monash pressed away from the mission vehicle. Pressed away from any sort of push up here. But we shall see if they are going to keep it that way, because Anthony's gone down. Good KO up the front there, isolating the Vanguard. Just discarding these KOs one by one, piece by piece. They take apart the defense here. Ripping it in.
Yeah, Joji is being a menace now on this Hello. I was going to say coming through with full force, just wanting to show the side of UTS that, you know, you may have won out a few fights, you may have got a few fences in that last push, but of course this is our tell you have to play on. Joji, Goddess of Death, we'll see now Gas with the Meteor M immediately answered as Joji falls out of the Goddess of Death, is in a little bit of a rough state. Rage of Ultron coming out from J-Sune, Final Judgment coming out here from Dixon, Meteor flies through but doesn't really do all too much from Genzo. We'll still see the Final Judgment not really doing all too much because everybody's healthy. UTS are using these strategies perfectly. Now we'll see them walk up by Agamotto with the fate of both worlds. Swallow up from FloWense. Still kidnap BkWhatOCE. but the rest of them are still trying to find this fight. Ensong Inferno flies across. We'll see as well the Psionic Seduction out of Dinosaur Pillow. Joji needs to run for the hills. Anthony finds another huge choke slam there out of Dinosaur Pillow. Joji's taken out. Another KO for Dinosaur Pillow. And they've still got Wosh getting staggered in the backline.
Just absolute insanity coming through there. They are going to be staggered out and forced to take it a step back here. UTS are doing a fantastic job holding on to them here. Joji focused up and playing in to Storm this time. So we'll see if the Omega Hurricane is going to bring down some pain in a moment, if they can build up to it, that is. But for the moment, time to lock down damage and try to lock in something more from here as meet face to face. Big damage coming out to Gas there, forcing them onto the retreat. And Monash looking to beat their way through, looking to just go head first into the battle here. But Desune straight into the Rage of Ultron, focused up on the strategist. Say goodbye to Dixon, Furban, Joji. Everybody's going down right now, using the power of Ultron to their advantage. That is going to be fight going in their favor.
Oh, man.
Oh, they're staggering out Wosh as well. It's just cute. There we go. Yeah, they don't want Wosh to run free. They will take him down eventually, but just the stagger potential is so devious from UTS here.
Yeah, you have to respect it. Yeah, I was going to say UTS, they know what Monash are capable of if you let them portal back. Of course, Wosh now walking out here. We do have the Hurricane as well as the Final Judgment available here for the side of Monash, and they'll look to pop it immediately. Dixon going to be going into the Meteor though. Gas looking for a little bit of an early dunk, but nothing happens. Final Judgment coming out, but the Eternal Bond keeping everybody healthy. Meteor from Genzo does some great damage towards the backline. Wosh with the Maelstrom looking so good, but the Ensong Inferno answer back. Joji's taken out. Intony now on top of everybody. Jeff Khan coming out of Fuente takes away one Eye of Agamotto towards the backline here. Everybody from the side of UTS is slowly falling though. These KOs are getting staggered out. OT will tick. We'll get another 2 minutes on the clock. Rage of Ultron from Jasune not going to do all too much. And Monash will be able to secure themselves the push.
My goodness, they are going to be able to secure themselves in place there, and they get the KO on a Dinosaur Pillow and Gas, both Vanguards down. That is going to clear a ton of space. They're going to have to rely upon their strategists and duelists if they want to face this one off, but at the moment, just going to have to hold back and allow Monash freedom to push the mission vehicle already towards halfway closer towards the next checkpoint here. So it's going to be an absolute thrilling battle ahead of us. You know, one ult apiece on both sides. You got Psionic Seduction and Omega Hurricane available. What my eyes are on, though, is Dixon getting closer and closer to the Final Judgment. But Omega Hurricane might make it so we don't even need to see it. And here we go. Big damage up front onto the Vanguards here, forcing them back. Psionic Seduction almost taken out of play. They do manage to capture nobody. And here's that Final Judgment I was talking about. Ripping up power. The damage is coming in, but no KOs are coming out. They're not able to get enough frontal power, Tony. This is crazy to see. Anthony finally goes down though, but it's Jeff time. Primed up to try and save their team. They get nothing. Rage of Ultron from Jasune, but it's all working out for Monash here.
Yeah, it's all coming up for Monash. Another Maelstrom from Wosh. Joji finding Fuente and Dixon peppering on in. We'll get that final KO for style points. Monash are able to claim the Midtown here. And Matt, that was a very back and forth affair. The Eternal Bond coming in so clutch there. Just when you thought, you know, Dixon with the Final Judgments didn't really quite find its mark. But, you know, the damage was dealt, the pressure was on, and Monash definitely brought it to UTS this time around, and a well-deserved MVP for Dixon. That Punisher was so crucial in that victory.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Tony. Definitely was quite crucial. You know, that ultimate making it stand, making an impact when it counted, and it certainly did. But definitely some great plays coming out on both sides. You know, Jasune in particular. One to highlight as SVP on UTS there, putting in a lot of numbers on the Ultron. 15 final hits, matching Joji. And Joji was a very multifaceted player as well into this one. You know, playing into Moon Knight, Ella, Storm. They're playing into absolutely everything here. So crazy to see how flexible this match has been, Tone.
Yeah, it's I was gonna say I don't think I've seen a back-to-back enter, so props to UTS getting that one across, you know, with Floente swapping over to the Jeff, and of course Anthony on the Storm. So this is gonna be an interesting one, you know. As you said, J-Sune, well-deserved SVP with that Ultron, but I feel like Monash found the answer. You know, Punisher, very good at shutting down those flyers, Joji as well, being a pretty good threat there and showing the multifaceted approach here. UTS now, you know, as we said, best of 5 map, so this is where they now get to show some adaptations. It's not final map here for both these teams. We've still got plenty more to play with how these two have been going so far.
Yeah, still got so many more to play into here, Tony, and so many more to see on the way. But our first 2 maps are done and dusted, and we got more where that came from, Tony. We got so much more to tap into, to dive headfirst into, and I'm just so keen to see what it's all going to look like. You know, we've seen already Domination, Convoy, and now we are going to be jumping into the Symbiotic Surface, if I'm not mistaken, coming into Clintar. So it's time for some Convergence, Tony. Time to lock in.
Yeah, Convergence is you know, it's the best of both worlds, right? You know, you get to start Domination and then you go into a Convoy-esque game mode. And yeah, as I said, you know, great adaptations here for Monash, just identifying that, yeah, J-Sune is been quite a threat on that Ultron, so we want to kind of target that one a little bit. And, you know, they don't have to necessarily target in the bans. They're happy to let UTS play that Ultron if they can just play the Punisher themselves. And I was going to say a lot of Storm presence there for Midtown. I wasn't really expecting that one, but I was going to say for both sides, it didn't look too bad.
Yeah, I got to agree. You know, definitely didn't look too bad. They were able to really make the most of it there, and very eager to see how the banner save phase kind of evolves heading into the 3rd map as well. You know, we saw a lot of differences there. It was really great to see that Monash was able to take advantage of the Strange ban there. I feel like things might have gone a completely different direction if UTS had access to that Strange to go for those last moment contests onto the mission vehicle. You know, it really goes to show like how key of a Vanguard Strange is. Even if you don't play into it the whole kind of match, just having that available right towards the end there is just so critical. Like, otherwise you're forced into maybe lesser Vanguards in that sense. You know, you might have to swing your way on towards the mission areas, Venom, or jump onto the cap for a second to just run your way over like you're running a marathon. Like, you know, it's just crazy to see that type of thing. And like, even thinking deeper on picks like that, that's when you start to see things like the Spider-Man break its way out, you know, to get those contests. But not going to happen that time. Maybe happen this time, though, as we get into the ban and save phase right here, right now, Tony. It's time to lock in and see who will be shunned away. Wow! It's going to be Magneto and Torch, so they do not want to deal with those meteors.
Absolutely not. I was going to say they weren't. I was going to say they weren't like, you know, the Genzo of old, right? The Genzo we saw at the start of the season, the Genzo we saw even last season, where, you know, the meteor every time was pinpoint precise, fighting 2 KOs, 1 KO. You know, it's you know, a few of them have been fluffed around, but I was going to say UTS, they're paying respects to Genzo. You know, he's always a great Magneto player, so taking that one out of the pool. Monash, though, taking away Torch is a good thing to note. They still have prio towards probably the stronger of the flyers out of, you know, all of the duelists that are in the pool at the moment. Emma Frost getting locked in here. Respectable out of Monash. I was going to say, I would have thought the way that UTS have been playing, they would have kind of opted for a lock in here. They'll take away the Ultron. So, you know, for Monash, again, they're not allowed to play the Ultron map because they might run rampant with it if it's allowed through.
Yes, I think we could see absolute chaos if that's allowed through, Tony. And I'm kind of worried to see what that looks like. But looks like they are going to be prioritizing their Vanguards now. So they're going to be trading things out. You know, one team gets Magneto, the other team gets Emma. So it's all one and the same there. But in that sense, Emma hasn't been banned out. So not going to be changing too much as yet. But we'll see what the next set of bans are going to look like. Curious if there'll be more strategist focus here. You know, Mantis could go down with almost certainty, but maybe not. Maybe they leave it open this time and prioritize in other direction. Well, okay. Monash is going to go down there and something else.
Yeah, Punisher taken away by Monash, showing respects to that one, and well, I was gonna say, I guess not allowing it to be taken against the UTS. Now we'll see Luna Snow lock in for this one, and I was gonna say, curious elsewhere we go, right? You know, we're already seeing a little bit of adaptation, taking away the mag, locking in the mag. From the side of UTS, so I was going to say Monash, you know, they've identified that Punisher's a big threat at the moment, so we'll go a little bit deeper and we'll kind of really diversify where we'll see these bans lead. Another Mantis ban taken away here for the side of Monash. So I was going to say, you know, Mantis has been one of those characters as well that's been heavily in the meta, right? We think about the golden three strategists. It's Luna, Mantis, and it's Ultron, right?
Yes, I'd say that definitely does play into account there. You know, Luna, Mantis, Ultron are definitely going to be the higher focused strategists in that sense. But also Cloak can play into it, but maybe to a lesser extent, because obviously there are ways to deal with the Cloak there. But one of the same, we are going to see a Star-Lord banned out now, so not going to have more of that aerial combat potential. But very eager to see how they do play into this. You know, maybe we see something. Okay. Nah, that's not going to stay. Unless. Doji, don't tease us like this.
Well, Monash have been doing some wacky stuff, man. I was going to say.
Hey, we saw it in professional play last week, you know. We've seen some...
Hey, it's a thing.
Yeah, here's the thing.
But, nope, it's just a tease. Torch, no, of course, let through. So Monash thinking about the prior towards that one. We'll see UTS once again, Storm, and we'll see Anthony on the Phoenix. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting going into the symbiotic surface, right? We'll see a little bit more, I guess, AOE-centric kind of composition here from Monash, right? We've got Genzo on the Groot, you've got Dixon, you've got Joji. Thinking about the Torch, but now he was on the Winter Soldier. So Joji is teasing us a little bit.
Yeah, they're really toying with us, aren't they? You know, just trying to say, could I play this? Could I play that? You'll never know until you do. But we are going to be getting straight into it now. Joji already trying to lock down a bit of damage there onto Anthony, who was scoping things out on the Phoenix, you know, just playing into the flying potential for a moment there before slipping straight back to their team. And speaking of potential, Anthony already taking a bit of damage, trading some back onto Dixon though. So, battle of jabs at the moment. Oh! They got caught in the portal! What a start, Tone!
Yeah, you know, boys, you know that's something you see in a ranked game, right? That's a crazy portal to go for. When the fight's ensuing, right? As Monash are walking up, we'll see already 2 quick KOs from Joji. On the plus side, right? Dinosaur Pillar able to swap over the Strange themselves. Joji, though, still finding KOs. It's a Quadra from Joji out of nowhere. Off of the portal play from Wosh. Monash will have the point and they'll start to push it.
Yeah, start to push in and start to see what they can achieve from here. But, you know, catching them off guard with a very unique portal strategy like that is definitely going to shake things up. But speaking of portals, now seeing opposing portals coming out there. I heard that activation, and UTS are going to be holding the high ground on the defense here. See if they can stand proud, stand tall here. Try and stall Monash out. But for the moment, Monash still going to be standing confidently towards the mission vehicle there, trying to see if they can get those damage numbers up. Anthony wanted the same, and now going to get shut down. Good KO from Wosh there, and looking for more around the corner. But picking around the corner, it's cracking impact from Joji. Went into it, and not going to be able to do too much from there. Still trying their very best here.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think maybe he probably thought better of it, right? You know, I was going to say the fight probably wasn't in the most winnable state. We'll see Milk goes now, fate of both worlds back on towards this mission vehicle. We'll see Gas as well, Meteor coming out, trying to snipe onto one. And we'll see once again though, Monash, they'll go crazy with their ultimates. Megamoto, fate of both worlds. We'll see Eternal Bond in there. We'll see Genzo getting up in the mix. Got us some death here from Dixon up on the high ground. I was going to say UTS are already set back, and this feels like an overextension from the side of Monash, but if it works, it works. Anthony now running for the hills. as he swapped over to the Winter Soldier himself. We'll see Genzo in a duel of wins gets into me. He might actually lose it out here. Has to pop that shield. Gets the help from Joji, and Monash will continue to push.
Yeah, we'll continue to push and will continue to do the very best that they can. So, we're eager to see how they are going to be able to progress into this one. How they are going to be able to achieve victory as Joji to pump up the damage once again here, bringing out the tainted voltage and ready to see. They are going to be able to turn things up and Hodge swing it away. Genzo almost taken out of play there. Maybe one of the same could still happen, but the damage is relentless here. Monash are not giving up, not giving in. They are trying to break past these defenses. They might just succeed. Here we go. Damage coming out. Kraken Impact online. Ooh, are they going to be able to take advantage of it, though? Doesn't look like it. Maybe, maybe not, but it doesn't even matter. They focus on the Emma, and the rest of the enemy team's going down. Tainted voltage, getting the KO on a Jaesune there, and it's just tremendous. Monash are unstoppable.
Yeah, they are on the revenge arc. Yeah, what a portal. That blocks them completely. UTS can't get out of their spawn, and they'll see 3 tick to Monash for free. With 4 minutes on the clock, Matt, Monash have come into this one with a little bit of a target towards UTS, and yeah, this is not what we were expecting to see. WotOCE with a sick little portal play, and I was gonna say Joji on his tried and trusted. We'll go to round 3 now. Of course, UTS, they're gonna have to lock in, Matt, because Monash, they're bringing a different tune.
Yeah, they've changed up their approach towards this one. See what they are going to be able to push on with into the next section here, as we are locked in, locked and loaded into the attacking phase for UTS here. And I'm just most curious to see if there's going to be more of that cheeky portal play, Tony, because WotOCE has set a standard here after that previous round.
I was going to say, I feel like he set a standard that UTS have to answer, so Gas will immediately see them onto the Strange. WotOCE is one of those guys as well that's set a standard for the Vanguard play overall. I feel like we've leveled up in the University League from, Season 1 to now Season 2. The Vanguards have just gotten that a little bit better, that little bit feistier. Now, again, WotOCE looking for a cheeky little portal play. And he might get it here, so we'll see. A few go off. Another 2 from WotOCE.
Just a big start coming through there time and time again, They thought that that first play was pretty good in the first round. Nah, they're going to double it and get even more. It's just so devious, Tony. And, there's probably more where that came from into the grand finals as well. This isn't the only team that has those cheeky portals up their sleeve, Tony. RMIT are another one. See what they can do later.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I was going to say, hopefully they're watching, taking notes, right? Because the way that WotOCE has been leading by example, it'll be cool to see that one as well in the grands. We'll see. No, for the moment, Monash, they will have to walk it back a little bit. It's, of course, a lot of upfront damage for UTS with Anthony on that Phoenix, right? Just so much burst that comes through from that double tick with the flames here. And they're using the terrain well. I was going to say, Monash kind of sitting behind this double box stack. They're able to heal themselves up there with the help of the strategist. WotOCE now, the Agamotto available. Nobody else here from either side, really, with that ultimate. I was going to say, as the Invisible Bandit comes out, Agamotto, they'll just get completely nullified, and so will WotOCE. That's a good start there for UTS.
Good start, great beginnings, and we'll see what else is going to be spinning through here as Strangling Prison comes out from Genzo. Good way to keep them in place here, but speaking of kept in place, it's going to be the Kraken Impact from Jaesune right now, trying to zone out the damage with the Bionic Hook there. Genzo's down, or can pay even more around the bend. They find it, getting more and more ticks on the Kraken Impact. It just keeps pumping up, drop it in. It's a quad KO coming down for Jaesune. Looking for the Penta, it's a Hexa KO. Jaesune, welcome back.
Yeah, that is what you'll want. Jaesune with a huge Hexa. Now start off the push here for UTS. They're like, Monash, you can do it dominant, we'll do it better. And in a little bit more style, Jaesune just the right time, the right place. I was gonna say getting those last two at the end of things. It felt like a fever dream that J-Sune was just living through. And now we'll see Monash having to try and contest for this high ground. They can't really give it to UTS. This just allows them to push for free. We'll already see out a little bit of damage. Also goes to death early from Dixon. It doesn't really do all too much. Ensong Inferno back from Anthony doesn't do all too much either. So a few wasted ultimates in this engagement here. Psionic Seduction coming out of Dinosaur Pillow, but they're quite low, taken out by Dixon. We'll see another one from Dixon, and we'll see Monash now look to make their hold.
To make their hold and look to fold things in, and let's see. Now it's going to go down. Nice shot from Joji there. Or where that came from. But I'm going to be sticking it back there. Tainted Voltage, putting in the work. And it's going to be more where that came from, Tony. They look to stall things out, lock things in, and let's see what the next fight looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be a very important one. UTS, they need to keep the momentum going. Joji, though, has already shut down the momentum before it even starts. A quick pick there, and another portal play from Wosh. Takes gas off of the map, and that is, once again, Monash starting off in a hot way towards these fights. And, oh, man, this is why you can't let Monash play strange.
Genuinely, I think that Wosh is just having the time of their life right now, playing into the strange here. You know, they're just having a field day. But speaking of, great KO coming out from Milk here. Kraken Impact is online from J-Sune as well. If they want to force the mission vehicle onwards, they might just be able to. The damage is going out. There we go. J-Sune bringing out the Kraken Impact. They're not going to be able to get the KO though. So, have to let that one fall short. But they are going to get the KOs with their team. So, it still nets a positive result here.
Yeah, netting a positive result. As we'll continue to see this push come through from UTS. A little bit less than time on the clock, as I said. You know, Monash, very dominant one out of them. Genzo poking and prodding away with the Venom. You say, you know, no longer stuck in mag jail, as Smiles would put it. They're going to be walking up. Fate of both worlds here for both sides. I have Agamotto, Joji as well. Towards the Kraken Impact. J-Sune, though, will be able to answer back on the student. We'll see now. UTS still be the healthier of the teams in this engagement. Dinosaur Pillow once again. Kraken Impact from Joji, no reset. And once again, we'll see UTS continue to push it to double out of gas.
Double down and looking to see if they can take more as they clear the next checkpoint. And now on the home stretch, we'll see if they can make it. We get into the OT sector. Oh, that's a huge activation of the wall there. Zoning Gento out and now staggering their team from resetting here. That is going to have a lot of dividends paid through there. But we shall see what the long-standing impact is going to be here as Wosh is just taking limitless punishment coming out from Gas here. They are just locking down those meteors there, just hitting them one by the other. But it's time to jump in into the Goddess of Death there. We'll see things progress from here. Invisible Boundary coming out, so they can't get much vision anymore on the enemy team. And UTS is taking advantage here.
And they use the Invisible Boundary and they'll look to walk it up. Though J-Sune getting picked off by Dixon. Great fadeaway there. Again, so using the power of the Venom, able to swing and, well, reposition as much as possible. Great Feast of the Abyss coming out there. Wosh as well, finding another. They're all trickling these KOs in from Monash. They'll be able to hold it there. Only 95 meters pushed by UTS, and the time gets a little bit scary. We'll see another portal out of Wosh here. What's he cooking up this time?
Not again, Tony. Surely not the hat trick.
No, there's no way. No, I was gonna say no way. Yeah, it's shut down. It's shut down this time.
Not again. Maybe an OT.
Maybe an OT. Maybe.
We're getting back into it, Tony, and it's Kraken Impact time.
Yeah, Kraken Impact coming through. It is going to be Wosh, though, towards the back line there with the Eye of Agamotto. We'll see Anthony, and so Inferno doesn't really do all too much. Fight on keeping everybody healthy here for the side of Monash UTS. They have lost J-Sune in the process, so this fight's a little bit more staggered out for them, though. They're still dishing out the damage necessary. Continue to walk this cart forward. Dinosaur Pillow will be taken up. Great mag bubble there from Gas. We'll see Floente once again. Invisible boundary keeping everybody healthy. Dixon now caught between a rock and a hard place. That tree isn't going to allow all too much damage to come out. To double KO from Dinosaur Pillow. UTS will walk it up. Genzo, though, is lurking around the back line here. We'll look to shut this one down. Sune will be able to find one. It's another from Dinosaur Pillow. Genzo, you need to do something, right? Because that card is starting to push. Mission vehicle goes, and it is fully capped. UTS, they'll have 20 seconds left on the clock. They'll get a full minute topped up, and it gets rounded around 5 minutes now for Monash, though, on their attacking side.
My goodness, can you believe what we are witnessing right now, Tony? They are going to be able to push it through to the OT segment here, and it's time to see which team is going to be able to capitalize, push the mission vehicle all that much further, or will both teams just push it the full distance? Find out, because it is going to be locked and loaded into this next portion here. Which way the pendulum swing into this fight as both teams are primed up and looking to see if they can do much more. But speaking of much more, we going to be getting on to the ground floor here, and just look at the time difference between the teams right now, Tony. 5 minutes to Monash, 1 minute UTS. UTS are going to have to put in the best push of their entire lives here, and then some.
Yeah, they're going to have to put an absolute shift in here.
It's a good thing.
And I was going to say, to break the confidence, right? Because Monash, they're playing with it. Wosh, portal play after portal play that just seems to be paying off. Joji's on his tried and trusted Winter Soldier. I was going to say as well, Fiven and Student feel like they're definitely keeping everybody healthy with all of the strategist plays that's coming out. And here we go, another portal. Does it cook once again for Wosh?
Yeah, another one coming through. Here we go.
Strange is up to his old tricks again.
Oh, good dodge, good dodge.
What could have been? What will be? And push into the high ground right now, and they're going to push their way through, Tony. Let's see if they are going to be able to get KOs over the top of this one, as they are already pumping damage onto the mission area here, but time is already trickling down, so if they can't get advantage of this mission area, it could be a very short OT.
Yeah, it might be at this stage. Dixon finding it in. That's not good for UTS. We'll try to see them take some space back onto the point. It's another one from Joji onto Sune. These KOs are getting staggered out, and they have eyes on gas. That's one taken out. Another Joji Wosh will be combining for these KOs. They will try to find these strategists at the final mark here, as OT will tick and everybody will fall. Genzo and Wosh picking them up, and Monash now, they've got 5 minutes to cap just a little bit of percentage.
My goodness. Can you believe it? They really cut them off before they could reach their full potential here, Tony, and considering the time flexibility coming out from Monash right now, they have, let's say, plenty of opportunities to take the mission area. One good fight is all they need here, but UTS, you know, they could definitely have a solid defense coming out from them as well, and, yeah, we'll see. Uh-oh. Well, I know what we're seeing right now, Tony. It looks like they are trying to quicken this one because Joji has brought out T'Challa. Black Panther is coming out right now, Tony. And I am very afraid for the backline of UTS here if they have to deal with that.
Yeah, I was going to say eyes on Milk News. I was going to say probably very important stuns that Milk News has to land here to shut down this aggressive onslaught that I mentioned Monash are going to go for. Of course, they do still have Wosh going to be rocking the Strange, so, you know, interesting to see. Of course, on the attack side of all things, I was going to say normally you see either a portal play or we'll probably just see Wosh walk it up with the team. Yeah, no crazy stunts this time around.
Yeah, not this time around, but maybe next time around. See it, lock down, lock in, and see what they can do here as Monash. Ooh, they're playing into it with the Loki as well. Great potential coming through here from that, and Let's see how things go. It's Joji holding back there. Bjorven gonna be the first one to fall though. UTS already a strong reaction onto the defense, and they're looking to give so much more.
Yeah, some great reactionary KOs there. Joji's just chilling. Joji hasn't done anything. Oh, he might have caught Anthony though. Looking for the dash, looking for a reset potentially. The Dinosaur Pillow is there to help out the duelist. And I was gonna say UTS. Yeah, though. I was gonna say always catching out Anthony's a little bit of a scary one, but yeah, Monash. Yeah, they did change a few things up. I was going to say now Joshi back for the Winter Soldier. We saw Student as well in the Loki for a little bit. I was going to say, you know, Student's one of those players that can play Loki super well. So, you know, not every day we get to see that one. But fortunately, once again, relegated to Cloak and Dagger. Monash now looking to take up on the high ground here. The UTS, they're answering it pretty well for the moment.
Yeah, good response coming out from them thus far. And let's see how things go. Jumping in to this one. Dow! They're already capturing the percentage there. Speaking of percentage though, Jesune bringing out the Kraken Impact, trying to see if they can pick up a lot more damage over the top of this one. They are going to be able to beat out 2 KOs so far, and they're looking for even more big threes. You talked about it before, Tony. And it rains in again, but it's going to be a quad KO coming out from Jesune into that one. You think Monash is taking it away soon? No. Jesune says not any sooner. So they cut them off before they can really activate.
Oh, I'm starting to get worried, Matt. You know, down 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Still doable here for Monash. And always, you know, they only have to cap 33% to claim the symbiotic surface here. Dinosaur Pillow, though, I was going to say UTS have just been playing lights out here on this defense. They're playing, I was going to say, very positional heavy. Roji will be able to start it off with a quick pick there on the gas. That's one of the Vanguards taking out a very important key here for UTS. We'll see as well. Dixon pumping away with the Goddess of Death up on the high ground, taking out Fluente and Dinosaur Pillow. Genzo, though, is going under fire here. Jesune will be able to find Genzo in return. But all for the point, Monash just gonna win it like that.
Yeah, just like that, they will be able to push it over the line there. So a misstep is going to cost them, and means the symbiotic surface going to go to Monash. So great job from them, taking advantage of the convergence map here, and MVP going to WotOCE. Respectable, honestly. The crazy portal tech we saw out of WotOCE there was just insane. Seeing how they were able to work through some very cheeky KOs out of that one, you just knew they were having a lot of fun with it.
Criminal. That's the one word to describe that, is criminal. That WotOCE gets away with so many of those. But I have to give credit to Monash, though. Great adaptations there. Putting Joji once again, comfort pick, Dixon. Once again on this Hella, 25 and 6, you know, 13 final hits for both WotOCE, Dixon, and Joji. So it was a team effort this time. But I was going to say, you know, UTS, they let Monash get too much confidence, right? So much of the game overall just was being won in that first push from Monash. And yeah, Matt, once again, WotOCE being allowed the strange, I definitely feel like UTS might want to bend that one out for the next one.
Yeah, I got a feeling they definitely might be looking to bend that one out, Tony. But whilst we get things locked down for our next map here, we are just going to be heading over to a short break. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with the next one right as it's set up. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series here with Marvel Rivals. And it's Matt here, TwoTapTony, coming at ya once again with the next map in this series, Tony. It is going to be a good one, a great one even, considering the pace of this series so far, Tony. But how are you feeling about the back and forth nature of it all?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I was going to say, going tit for tat with the Buckies is something... I was going to say, always a treat to watch there. You know, Jay Sune and Joji, I was going to say, I believe there's a little bit of banter as well between the games. Joji's like, I can't believe they let my Bucky through. And of course, he's like, ban it, take it, please, get it out of the game. I was going to say, I can play everything else. And yeah, I was going to say, this series overall has been interesting, you know. UTS, you know, coming in with a hot start now. We'll be bringing in a substitute. Dinosaur Pillow now gone. Mickey in for Dinosaur Pillow, so that might change up some things that maybe UTS really need to answer, right? Because Monash have come back in a big way, right? You know, as I said, started at a deficit, but now they're up 2-1 in the series overall, and it might be in full form to close it out here.
Yeah, they definitely could be in a full form in this one. You know, I think there's really great potential for them to push it even further. They've got the momentum behind them. You know, they've really been able to step up to the pitch here, and really excited to see if this is going to be the track they need. But, you know, really the track they need, I think it's kind of commendable in a way to see UTS switching out players, you know, to try and change up the feel of the team there, what they are going to be able to do with it all. I think it's really commendable that, yeah, they can bring in, I guess, a fresh set of eyes into the piece here with Mickey coming in. So curious to see if it does change up the mojo here for them and whether it is going to be the change up they need when we do push in to Tokyo 2099. We're going to Spider Islands, Tony.
Yeah, Spider Islands, it's an interesting one. I was going to say
Penny
allows...
time.
Yeah, penny time. I was going to say, I was just about to speak. Allows for a little bit of a different composition for these teams. And yeah, I would hope to see Penny, definitely maybe a Groot in there. I was going to say both teams have shown that they're happy to play the Groot Genzo at that final push there for the side of Monash did bring it out, and as of course we've seen it out of UTS already. So yeah, Groot potential, Penny potential, Flyers of course, Storm pretty good on a map like Spider Island. So you know, there's a lot that's going to be asked about of the picks and bans here. I definitely don't want to see Strange let through here, man. I don't want to see it. I just don't.
No? You don't like portals, Tony? You don't like environmental KOs happening on the reg? You know,
absolutely not. Absolutely
you don't want to attend the Whoosh trick shot show, you know?
Yeah. Absolutely not.
All it's missing is just My Heart Will Never Die, right?
Definitely Doritos in there as well.
yeah, love it. Oh, it's good. Good times, Tone, but definitely going to be great times out of this matchup as well. You know, I guess I'm kind of curious what kind of changes will be breaking in, you know, coming into this next one here. Like, I was thinking, and you know what, to the meta as a whole, for that matter. Because, you know, at the start of the season, you know, I was really hopeful and really thinking that Magic might have a lot more, I guess, activation, you know, especially getting the chains into the Strange team up there. I thought we'd see a lot more Magic players, but no. Nobody wants to do Magic. Magic's over. It's a Magic over party on this one. So, yeah, definitely interesting to see, I guess, the way that the picks or the bans and saves really have shifted, and I guess the way that the game has shifted. But it's all going to shift again very soon, Tony. You know, when Season 4.5 comes out, pretty close by. Eager to see how that all changes again.
Yeah, cool. I was going to say curious to see how Daredevil fares in the meta, but yeah, as you said, you know, we were expecting a lot of Magic as the you know, the changes came through, and you know, the chains were given to Magic. I was going to say no hat tricks from Houdini this time. We're not going to be seeing a lot of Magic in the play. I was going to say it feels like we've gone back to the start, or I guess the end of Season 3, right, where all the Flyers were very prominent. Ultrons have been absolutely a key thing to watch for. Torches as well. Storms also found their way in the meta a little bit. I was going to say as well, the hit scans are still very much pretty common picks. I was going to say, as we saw a Punisher Prio there on the ban, and curious to see if that one kind of gets let through. I was going to say there's a lot of mind games that can be played here because, you know, we're 4 maps, or we're going into our 4th map now. We've seen a lot of different picks and bans. We've seen a lot of different priority. And I was going to say, I definitely imagine we'll see a lot of strategist bans still. Of course, you know, the strategist play has been quite good for both sides. So I definitely feel like, you know, target bans of the strategist. Maybe we see, you know, a torch ban here or there maybe slip through, and, you know, maybe torch gets unlocked for this one on Spider's Island.
Yeah, maybe Anthony gets to play into that torch. You know, I think that'd be a lot of fun. Well, not for Monash, but for UTS, that'd be a lot of fun if that one does break in. But, you know, thinking of a map like Spider Islands, you know, there's definitely some great potential out of a lot of heroes here, I'd say. You know, maybe we could see Jeff break in. You see some pretty good environmental KOs off the Jeff time if they're able to find the right angles there. I know there's a few drop-off points, I'd say, once they push to certain areas of the map. So could be some good, you know, drive-by Jeff times coming in. But we'll see how things go into this one. You know, I think, yeah, there's, like we were talking about earlier, good penny potential. Maybe could see something like Wolverine break in, honestly, to spice things up a little bit there, you know, jump into the last stand potential again. Or maybe we just see something completely out of center. You know, maybe we see Hawkeye come out, or maybe see Mr. Fantastic. Anything's possible, Tony, but it's time for the band and same phase to find out exactly what is going to be possible right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions as well. I believe we got to see Joji flex the Black Panther at some stage. Don't imagine they'll bring that one to play here. But of course, here we go. Picks and locks here for, bans and locks for, well, our fourth map, Spider Island Convoy. And I was going to say, as we have already alluded to, Convoy is one of those maps that allows a lot of adaptability. If, you know, you lose that first initial fight, you know, somebody gets KO'd early, you're allowed to make that substitution. You're allowed to fix up how you want to approach the next one. And, of course, we'll see Magneto taken away here. We'll see Ultron as well, and we'll see the Magneto lock out of UTS.
That's it. Good save on the Magneto there. You know, always going to be a priority over those key vanguards. You know, Magneto, Emma, always going to have strengths coming out of certain compositions there. Obviously, there's ways around them, you know, depending on the type of team you play into, but there's going to be further things coming at you as well. Speaking of things that aren't coming at you, no Rage of Ultrons. Goodbye to that one, but we are going to be saying goodbye to a couple more things as well here, Tony. And let's see exactly what they're going to be. Is it going to be Mantis just prioritized here? Will it finally be the Bucky? Oh, it's Jeff!
Oh!
Jeff and Strange!
Oh, okay. That's some big hitters taken out of the pool. Fluense, we didn't get to see too much of Jeff in that last one, but Fluense has been playing the Jeff quite well here for the side of UTS, and of course the team up with Storm has been great to see out of UTS, especially we, you know, call our mind back to Midtown. It wasn't too far ago, but of course it feels like a century with the way these two teams have been playing so far. But so yeah, Jeff getting taken out. Strange is a great ban out of UTS. You know what? I'm heralding just for that ban alone. I feel like UTS are looking more towards the future than they were in that last map.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to take things onwards and upwards here, and you get to see they are going to be able to make this, Tony, as our next save is going to be online for Monash here. One more to go, and UTS, one more band to go here, but let's see what the save is going to look like right now as time trickles in. Who stays? It's Luna. So we are going to be seeing Fate of Both Worlds, at least activatable from Monash, but what is not going to be activatable from them now with UTS? There it is. Goodbye, Bucky.
Yeah, that one I also feel like is probably very necessary. They're taking away the Bucky and the Strange, two of Monash's crucial pieces that found them success in that last one. So taken away, and I was going to say, as we said, you know, Joji was calling out for, take away my Bucky, please, please. It's too good. So I was going to say, Monash, they won't be allowed the Bucky and Strange freedom this time around, but we're seeing some different things out of them. Genzo potentially on the Wolverine. WHOOSH, I was going to say, a little bit of an unsung hero potentially on the Captain America. And is that an Angela pick for Mickey?
Ooh, okay, Tony.
Okay.
See you. You know, we've seen a little bit of that out of Monash before as well, so if teams are starting to bring out the Angela here, Tony. Could see it from the other side too, but I'm not going to get my hopes up for now. Mickey's bringing it out and playing with gas here, and eager to see how things go once we do get into play here. As we are going to just hold your horses for a sec here, Tony. Hold up a minute.
Yeah.
We'll see how things go once we get into the endeavors there, but real hyped up to see some of those alternative hero picks coming through there. You know, I think that Angela's a big one, especially on the defensive side there, right? Because if you get your timing right, you can kind of play into it a little similarly to how you might have seen some Spider-Man play into the initial spawn phase there, where you just hide off that little side there, the ledge, and you can kind of pull a player or two off the map with the web there on the Spider-Man. So we could see actually a big charge come through from the Angela to knock them off the map in the beginning there as soon as those spawn doors open. That definitely hasn't happened to me before in my ranked games.
No, absolutely.
Never.
Absolutely not.
Never been on the receiving side of that.
I've never been pulled off the map. I've never been never been the unfortunate one that's I've never that's strange. I was gonna say I was gonna say only once probably by Angela, but yeah, many a time it's strange portal. It's Spider-Man just drive by me and pull me off. So yes, I was gonna say Spider's Island, especially I was gonna say allows for that cheeky little play to start it off on the defense side, and then you start off with an initial KO, all of the momentum goes your way on that defense side, and all of a sudden the attacks probably a little bit floundered, right? And not expecting such a upfront aggressive play to come out. So I feel like that's probably necessary for a team like UTS. With this substitution, Dinosaur Pillar out, Mickey in. I feel like UTS probably want to play for some of those surprise plays against the side of Monash.
Yeah, definitely commendable. I think that they need to be tricky. They need to catch them off guard, to kind of unbalance their footing there. Otherwise, just going straight into a blow for blow battle, it would not work out exactly as they expect. You've seen the kind of force of firepower that can come out from both sides, and you kind of do need those surprises to give your team an edge, really be able to elevate your confidence, elevate your presence into the matchup there. And I think for UTS, especially starting off on the defensive side there, it's going to be imperative that they find their footing early into the piece, because if they get washed over, like what we saw in the symbiotic surface there, like Monash was able to build up 4 or 5 minutes of time, and it just gave them so much flexibility into the later stage of the game.
Yeah, so much flexibility and so much room to work with, and we'll be hopefully getting back into this one shortly. Just a quick tech thing, getting sorted out. It's always bound to happen, right, Matt? But yeah, Spy Island. This is UCS really their life's on the line, right? Third, fourth place, you're down 2-1 here against the side of Monash. Who, Matt, I was gonna say I have to give Monash credit. They were looking shaky going into this semi-final, their semi-final game, and then of course now down in the third, fourth, I was like, Monash are looking a little bit rough. I don't know if they're gonna be bringing the same form that we saw from them last season. So yeah, I was gonna say they're able to bounce back in a big way, bring the series to almost a conclusion here, and they can get tricky with it. I was gonna say Monash, I guess they have the flexibility of being able to play a little bit more looser in this fourth map.
Yeah, they definitely do have, I guess, more flexibility in that sense. They can have a more free-flowing composition, and with that in mind, you could see more mobile characters coming through. You could see a Torch if it's available, maybe play into the Star-Lord if that's available. Just a very free-flowing composition there. Definitely wouldn't surprise me to see all kinds of things like that. Just maybe they could even play into the more mobile vanguards. The Angela, the Captain America might break its way in. Like, there's a lot of possibilities that they can definitely look to activate there. But all in the same token, we could see things like the group break in, really wall off those lines of sight to kind of isolate those fights there, minimize the strategist impact. They're forced into more uncomfortable positions. One and the same, the vanguards or duelists who are caught in those walls there. Like, it's definitely just a bunch of different possibilities that they're going to have to tap into here, Tone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well as, of course, we'll quickly get this game back on the way. We didn't get to speak on this. Mantis actually got let through the picks and bans and locks here. So yeah, I was gonna say 5-on does have the interesting little component there that you can flex onto the Mantis for this one. As of course we'll just see the bands come through once again. Of course, nothing. I was gonna say it's not a crazy surprise factor anytime. We'll of course see Strange and Winter Soldier ban once again. Sune though thinking about rocking that one for the side of UTS, and well, we're gonna be getting into this one just a little bit.
Yeah, we are, Tone, but already going to see what they can bring, and you know what they're bringing. On Monash, they are bringing the power. It's time for the triple strategist setup here. They got Adamantis, they have got Rocket, they have got it all, but what else they got? Wolverine and Phoenix team up here, so that is huge. They are going to be able to get the real sustainability potential come through from the likes of Genzo into this one, and Joji for that matter. But one of the same, Dixon 99 is going to be imperative to this composition. Student 2, because it's just a full-blown resurrection composition coming out there, right? They have the passive resurrection from Student with the Battle Recon beacon there, or BRB beacon, and then they've got the more active resurrection coming through from Dixon there with a Karmic Revival. So it's huge, because that means they basically have an unlimited attack, and now getting the fastball team up from Joji. Oh no, Tony. Oh no.
Yeah, this is Monash maybe flexing their muscles a little bit. Genzo will be sliding along the roof there for just a second. No kidnap note available. Mickey will fall back for the moment. And unfortunately for Monash, well, you know, the cheeky little play doesn't pay off this time around. I'm taking quite low, so needs to be a little bit careful here. UTS, they're playing a very floaty style of defense here. The way that Mickey's kind of just gliding around, just watching it all unfold, but also still being a presence here. Almost kidnapping 5-on.
Ooh, there we go. Big hit on the Fjord there, and see what else they can do. Joji getting a lot of damage over the top end of this one. Ooh, there we go. See what they are going to be able to catch from theirs already. Sune, but seeing their way through, and what they can do with the tainted voltage. Mickey, one of the same. Doing whatever they can here, waiting patiently, ready for the assassin's charge, and there it is! Tony, they're knocked off the map! It's massive KOs onto the strategist there.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not Monash, it's Mickey this time looking for another one. But will get a little bit too greedy. Joji will take out Mickey and down Monash. And look to push here. UTS on the back foot. Anthony does have the end song Inferno, but Student, let's have that Eternal Bond to walk them up. And they're going to be slowly walking it up. Interesting as well. We're going to be seeing WHOOSH, Captain America here, charging towards the back line, potentially going to be spotting Anthony up on the high ground. He is forced back for the moment. Just trading blows, tip attack. We'll see Eternal Bond early on. We'll see Sune as well. Out, and we'll see Galactic Legend out of Joji, but of course the Eternal Bonds came through, so everybody's staying healthy. Not a whole lot going right here for Monash once again. Sune, Anthony finding these KOs and staggering them out. Joji trying to fly away, but Anthony will snipe him down.
Yeah, great KO potential there, and look at this, Tony. It's the WHOOSH special from Season 1 coming back at ya. It's the cap time. You'll love to see that, Tony, and see if they are going to be able to do more with it now. Freedom Charge is online if they need it. Psionic Seduction's coming in right now too, so WHOOSH going to try and displace them, catch some of the strategists here. Anthony goes down to Joji, so decent start, might be able to rip apart a few more as well. And for a fearless leap into the strike there, they are going to be able to push them away, so this allows their team a lot of front-foot presence to push that mission vehicle straight to the checkpoint. There it is, locked and loaded with a KO to follow.
Yeah, all of the KOs. Joji taken out though. And answer back from Anthony, but 3 minutes here for Monash as they'll cap that first one with WHOOSH, as you said, on the Captain America. Feels like a throwback, feels like a run back of old here for Monash. We'll see Dixon on the Hella once again. I was going to say, very impressed with how Dixon has been playing this series overall, right? I was going to say Dixon not really a guy that kind of does a lot of those flashy KOs here for Monash, but has definitely been putting in the hours. You can definitely see it paying off. As we'll see UTS start to regroup here.
Let's see what they can do with it. Jaisune. Ooh, doesn't go down. Wosh fall down with him though. So good KOs coming out from UTS on the reaction here. Monash have been able to find a few themselves, but they are going to be cleaned up in this instance. So really solid presence coming out from a UTS. And once again now, you know, playing in to some team-ups though. Looks like Wosh has changed it up. Dixon as well. Playing into the Asgardians this time. And they've caught Mickey. So this could be a good way to break back in, Tone.
Yeah, great way to bring it back. I was gonna say, it's interesting, right? Seeing Mickey bring out the Angela of all things here. I was gonna say, as we heralded Monash as one of the teams that was probably gonna bring the Angela to the play, but now they're kind of receiving their best foot forward, their revenge in a way. Mickey gonna be using the Heaven's Retribution to come on down with Jaisune flying through with the Bracket Impact, looking for another KO, and will be finding Joji. Monash sent to the spawn once again. UTS with another great fight.
Great fight, and many more to come, it would seem, Tony, but let's see exactly how they are going to be able to make it work. Monash, 5 ults online, UTS, 2, almost 3 for now, and see if Monash is going to activate 1 or 2. Getting into the next portion here. Here we go. Psionic Seduction coming into the Fate of Both Worlds as well. They can pump up the healing, pump up the damage. They can pump it all up. Anthony already going to be going down there, trying their best to respond decisively. Dixon brings out the Goddess of Death as well. Don't know if that one was necessary, to be honest, but they are going to be able to capture more. Ooh, Joji. Oh my goodness. Getting thrown off the map. That is just Angela Aura right there, Toad. And Mickey, it's punished in consequence. That's what you get for taking down their teammate, they say.
How dare you. I was going to say as well, taking Joji off with the Freedom Charge. I was going to say, you know, playing the Phoenix, as we've seen a little bit more of a mobile duelist, can definitely get back on. And I was going to say the second boot to come through, and now we'll see UTS make some adaptations. Mickey now to the Venom of all things. I was going to say, having such success with the Angela, let's swapped it up. We're going to be seeing Gas now. Psionic Seduction, beautiful, perfect. Slam down from Wosh, but nobody here to help, as UTS will clean up the fight once again. They'll find Wosh in the process. And Monash, they don't get the time. They've got 20 seconds left to play with.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one. You know, they don't have Strange. They got banned out early into the draft phase there, and they're going to have to run their way manually over straight to the mission vehicle. 5 seconds here. Oh, they're trying to get on in. Joji could be their last hope, and there we go. They are going to be on top of the mission vehicle right now. Damage coming over the top as well. They've already caught Jaisune there, and we'll see if they can get anything else. But Kenzo going down is going to be a big problem. Joven bringing out the Fate of Both Worlds here. They desperately need to fight on, to fight their way through, and a Galactic Legend. It could be a way to make a difference, but healing coming over the top, it's just not going to be happening here. So, Joji still fighting, still holding strong, trying to zone something through. Wosh wanting the same, inflicting damage, bringing up the pain here, but no one's going down yet.
Yeah, it's going to be Student. No, picking up 2 with the help of Genzo. KO is going Monash's board. Finally, Florente will be able to find Student in return, but now they've clean swept this fight. Monash will be able to cap it back, and they will be able to find themselves a minute and 30 to play for UTS. Now, almost a good hold there, but he gets it back here. Ultimate starting to come online. Wosh still with that Freedom Charge. Of course, needs to be very careful. This is a very important push now for Monash. They can't afford to give up somebody early.
Yeah, they can't afford to really draw any more than just that time, so see what they are going to do. Freedom Charge coming in right now from a Wosh here, and trying their best to clash as fiercely as they can, but Song Inferno, one and the same. Anthony brings it up a notch. They aren't finding any KOs. It's Monash who are going to town on their strategists are now getting focused, but Jaisune displaces them. Bracket Impact here, exactly what they need. Trying their best to hunt down Pyramid, and there we go, taking away the triple KO. Monash displaced for now. They need to stay on top of things, but they don't have much time at all. Jaisune continually trading KOs here. keeping their team locked and loaded. Oh, what a bionic hook!
Oh!
Oh, what a pop. It forces the strategist ult.
Yeah, that is absolute insanity out of Jay Sune. Forces the fate of both worlds. We'll see now. Goddess of Death here coming out from Dixon with the Feast of the Abyss from Genzo. But it doesn't do all too much. Everybody from the side of UTS is healthy. Feast of the Abyss back from Mickey for a double KO, making a triple with the help of Anthony. They're looking for Genzo too, trying to stall out for overtime once again. It will be finally found by Jay Sune. Overtime will tick down, and Monash, they'll only be getting 2 this time.
What a close one coming through there, Tony. You know, definitely cutting it close to the wire there. A fine line between these two rosters, but UTS managed to hold onto it in this. So really solid defense coming through, and now they're going to switch sides and push into their own attacking phase here. And Monash have to reconsider how they approach the rest of this one. You know, definitely be pondering on what options may yet be available.
Yeah, this is interesting. Koji hovering the thing. Genzo, we're locking in the Emma. UTS gonna be changing up one thing. Mickey, Moon Knight here potentially here, maybe to try and soften up some quick KOs here. We'll see Jay Sune as well to the Storm Trip. BPS going to be coming through here for UTS. Blind State will be over to now the Rocket Raccoon. So things changing here for UTS for their attack side. On Ash as well, going to be swapping up a few things. Wosh on the Venom doesn't feel like we see Wosh on the Venom all too often.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a difference, or a different Vanguard for them. You know, normally we do see them playing into a few flexible picks there, you know, Captain America, staples, or a bit of everything, but it's great to see they do have those capabilities, you know, always willing to activate on the more divey Vanguards, I'd say, and we're eager to see how it all goes down now as the damage is just coming through in droves right now, Tony. You know, Monash taking a lot of punishment, and I think there's more to follow, especially if they end a Khonshu already out here. That is insane work from Mickey, doubling down on the KO department. Oh, but they will be traded though eventually.
Yeah, got a little bit greedy Dixon though. Snipe there with the Lunar Snow. You can never count Dixon out for a cheeky little snipe, but we'll have to fall back with the Oven as UTS will start to gather some meters for that mission vehicle. But yeah, I was going to say, Mickey swapping into the Moon Knight's a great thing to kind of deal with the more squishier targets here from Monash. You can, I was going to say, play a little bit more devious with that one. We'll see now Monash regroup here, but once again, ultimate starting to come online here. Gas does have that strangling prison. Will look to pop it straight away, but fate of both worlds here from Dixon just completely null and voids that strangling prison.
That's it, null and voids it all, and ready to rise up, ready to fall with a hand of Khonshu again. Mickey locking it in here. Moon Knight power, and Monash reacting strongly, bringing out all the strategist ultimates. Jay Sune, though, still sorts out some KOs despite the Eternal Bond coming on. It don't matter. They're going to be able to find even more. Mickey going down in kind, though, so decent present being held on to for this, but see what else they can manage to find into this endeavor as they're isolating lines of sight and isolating much more where that came from. Choji tries to stall it out, but it ain't happening, Tone.
Yeah, it definitely ain't happening. The Phoenix a little bit more softer of the HP bar compared to Genzo and Wosh that we're trying to get on. UTS, no cap, they'll stagger the Oven as well. All the side of UTS, they continue to walk it forward. I was going to say just the one Vanguard really doing wonders for them right now. We'll see Mickey, though, swap it up. Now, taking away the Moon Knight over towards the Bennett, Monash. And they'll still be rocking with what they know best. Almost booped there coming out from Floente from the back line. There will be Anthony, though, able to take Genzo for the environmental KO there. So, good start once again for UTS. Strangling Prison coming through. Jay Sune as well leading the charge with Mickey. And once again, another clean sweep of the fight for UTS.
Definitely solid stuff coming through from them there. They're going to be very happy how that played out, and see what else they are going to be able to do, Tone, as still going to be more time to give here, more time to achieve exactly what they came here to do. But Mickey going down, though, going to be a bit of a problem. They'll be forced back for a second here. WhatOCE now could be one and the same, trying to swing their way away. See if they can hold them off at this choke point, but only going to last for so long.
Look at the last for so long. Interesting adaptation here. Final judgment out of Joji. Swapping over to the Punisher. Sensing that the damage needs to be a little bit more up front here from the side of MonAsh. And they're looking for the Venom. Joji will be able to take out Mickey in air. Joji now a little bit too far forward, but still trying to win out this fight here. But it's still UTS claiming these KOs. Sune with the cracking impact, trying to chase down WhatOCE. Will not be able to find it, but UTS will win the fight out once again. It started so good for MonAsh. Joji with the final judgment, just not having the impact he probably would have liked.
They're not having as much potential there for them to tap into and see what else they can do. Good Eternal Bond from Student, though, going to delay them from pushing the mission vehicle any further. But I mean, they've got the invisible boundary into the Psionic Seduction now, though. Ooh, they're locked out. At least a second. Fist of the Abyss coming out from Mickey. Fjorven pushing it up with Fate of Both Worlds. Good activation on the Goddess of Death here from a Dixon as well. Trying to see if they can get something from it. Gas not going to be able to land the Meteor there. Could be punished as a result. And there you go. Finding the KOs through. It's all working out for MonAsh right now. The defense is holding strong.
Yeah, that's a great hold. I was going to say, if you're in there as well, getting the stun onto the Wolverine there out of UTS. So MonAsh, as you said, able to hold. And haven't expended a lot of the ultimates, though. I was going to say, this will Fate of Both Worlds for Theoven to really start that one off. Well, the UTS now, they're starting to ramp up those duelist ultimates. I was going to say, Anthony, almost Ensong Inferno, Jisune, once again, almost the Kraken impact, but Genzo started off good for MonAsh. Dixon as well, able to follow up with a little bit more. And they're sending them back to the spawn region for the moment.
Yeah, sending them straight back, aren't they, Tone? So, not going to be able to do much more from there, but see what else they are going to be able to cook up out of this. Still got a bit more that they need to bring into this one. Still got a bit more they need to prepare for. So, see how they go. Here it is. Joji, final judgment going out. Damage is in droves, but they get zoned out. This is huge from UTS. Student bringing out the Eternal Bond there as well to try and respond to what's coming at them here. But Anthony and Go are locking it down, locking it in here, Tony.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. No final judgment, finding its Mark Anthony with a double. Looking for the triple. Anthony on the Phoenix Unleashed and bringing the heat. As UTS will continue to push this mission vehicle forward. Joji gets on for a little bit, pulls out a shotgun and says, "Hey, Sune, I know you've got my Bucky. And I want to let you know it's personal. Fly open. Gonna be Fate of Both Worlds to stall this cart. They're not gonna allow UTS to cap. Freedom charge out of Mickey towards the backline onto Dixon. But he will be healthy from the Fate of Both Worlds. Genzo now Psionic Seduction here. And UTS, they're sent packing for the moment.
To be able to do much more from here at all, but what they are doing is getting KOs. Big hit on the Fjorven there. Sune bringing out the Spider-Man. That's when you know it's desperate times, Tony. They're trying their best to contest the mission vehicle here, trying to do everything they possibly can, because if they lose this fight here, that means the third place will be locked in for MonAsh. They do manage to get it over just in time onto the next checkpoint. Another fight will live on.
I feel like myself again.
We continue. We go one more on Jisune. He's been a cheeky devil. He gets the environmental KO. I believe there was a pull there on towards Fjorven. So MonAsh, they're going to have to play without their Luna for the moment. Dixon always getting pulled off too. Jisune been unleashed now on Spider-Man. Anthony will help him out. Joji now to the Psylocke. And that ultimate starts to come up quickly. MonAsh, no, they need to lock it down. Spectacular spin, shut down by Joji. And we'll now see MonAsh put their best foot forward for this fight.
We'll see exactly that, Tony. There's going to be so much more where that came from. And see what they can do here, because Genzo's gone down, and could be more where that came from. Joji locked in, down to the butterfly, into the dance of nothing. It's going to be shut down entirely. The KOs are working out wonderfully for UTS here. They want to go to game 5, Tony, and they might just get it.
Yeah, they might just get it. Genzo trying to hold on for anything, for dear life. They can't let the KOs come through. Student, Envy over, and we'll watch the kingdom of Monash fall to ashes. UTS will take us to game number 5, Matt.
Oh my goodness, oh my days, Tony. They are going to be able to push us through to game number 5 here. So just when you think it might be over, nah, mate, it is not going to be over. We are going to be straight into the mix here, straight into our 5th and final map for our first best of 5 endeavor here for 3rd place. And look at all of those KOs, Tony.
54 for Jason, 52 for Anthony. That's double of anyone from Monash. 26 for Joji is the highest here for Monash, and Jason and Anthony 54 and 52 respectively. Good lord. Mickey as well. I have to give him credit, right? The Angela was such a presence there to start this one off, and then Mickey showed flexibility. It's like, all right, you know what, Angela's done for me. I'm going to go to Venom. I'm going to show you what I can really do. And Monash, it felt like, you know, a lot of substitutions were coming through. Joji swapped to the Punisher, swapped to the Psylocke. Nothing really found its mark there for Monash, and well, that's worrisome. We thought, you know, this might be wraps here for Monash. You know, UTS with the substitution, Dinosaur Pillow out, Mickey in, and, you know, Monash with all of the confidence in the world, but you can have all that confidence and, you know, it might get a little bit overconfident here, so props to UTS, taking us to a 5th decider here for the 3rd, 4th place matchup.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Tony. Definitely great to see how they've been able to really tap in, lock in, and really showcase just how competitive these teams are into this season of the Elite Series. You know, just how closely matched every team has been all throughout the season, and they're beyond into finals here, 3rd place matchup right now, and we still got the grand final after this, Tony. You think it's over after this? No, mate. We still got another best of 5 to play out right at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, we've got one other best of 5 around the corner, and yeah, I was going to say, RMIT and UNSW are probably watching this one with anticipation to see the results. I was going to say, because this has been a game for the ages, right? We spoke at the start of the stream. Monash, you know, looking a little bit weak. They're still, you know, contending champions. They, of course, did win the first season. And to see them in the 3rd, 4th place decider was such a weird thing to see. UTS is one of those teams that's always been at the top. And I was going to say they've come so close to success, and they could look to bring it through here. They could look to bring it to, you know, this 5th game against the side of Monash. It's going to be a crazy one, Matt, and we'll get to wrap it up here on Central Park of all places.
Central Park, here we go, Tony. So definitely eager to see how this one's going to play out. You know, another convergence map coming at ya. So definitely going to be fun to see how we go heading towards Dracula's castle. You know, I think it's going to be good at times ahead here, and more to follow. But Tony, these teams, they've changed things up every single map, and what do you think we see break in or break out into this next ban save phase?
I definitely would hope to see a Strange Man once again from UTS. I feel like that was probably a very important one out of them, right? You know, shifting up the momentum. You know, the Strange being allowed for Monash was such a blow to UTS. So I definitely expect to see a ban there. I was going to say interesting that we got to see Fiven bring out the Mantis potentially. Of course, it was available, but, you know, kind of stuck in on that Lunar Snow roll. And, well, already seeing Magneto taken away here for UTS once again. It's a respectable ban to Genzo. You know, he's been a absolute lights out Magneto so far the entire Elite Series.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Tony, and very eager to see what else they are going to be able to do into this next portion here. It's just a double down on to the Magneto in the beginning here, and very curious to see what ban will come out as a result from Monash right now.
Yeah, curious to see what comes through here. UCS, of course, interesting. And Magneto taken away. And, Magneto locked here. But, yeah, overall, as, we kind of glossed over it a little bit. There is a lot of things that are available, a lot of things that definitely see priority towards the ban. As I said, I want to see the strange one out of UTS, but the Monash, what do they decide to take away here? There's a lot that UTS kind of brought to that last one that we've seen. I was going to say, as I said, UTS is one of those flexible teams as well with the likes of Monash. They like to play a lot of different things, and apparently like to play the Angela as well. So that one's always in the back pocket if UTS want to bring that one out again.
Yeah, it definitely is, Tone, and very eager to see how things play out for them there. Maybe we see Angela versus Angela combat. Maybe we see some of that mirror matchup there, and definitely curious what that might look like. If they do play into something like that, I think it would be a lot of fun. But speaking of fun things, Tony, there's more where that came from. There's more on the horizon here, and I've definitely got my eyes on the prize to see how both these teams are going to be able to shape it up when they do get back into the mix here. When they do get back into the fold, I think it's going to be good fun at times ahead, Tone. But you know what? I want to see the Black Widow breakout, Tony. It's time. I want to see it become a reality.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's make it happen. I was going to say, I believe we saw Joji hover it, I believe all the way back on symbiotic surface. So, not locking that one in, unfortunately. Joji, a little bit of a tease with some of the characters that he likes to hover in the picks and locks and bans. But of course, for the side of UTS, this is probably a very important game for them, right? Probably not heralded as the favorites to take this one across the line, but they've been fighting tooth and nail throughout the season for this chance to claim that third place. And, it all really comes to a boiling point here, because I was going to say this has been a lot closer as well than we would have expected. As I said, Monash is one of those teams that kind of doubts themselves in some of the, I was going to say picks, and, the communications looked a little bit rocky at times. So I feel for both sides, right? This has been a long, drawn out series overall, and this is really what makes a champion, as I say.
And let's see what they are going to be able to do heading into this next one. They are getting into the draft phase once again. It's time for Monash to lock the things down and wait out what the next ban could be. Heading into this portion here, it's time for their ban as we see the double down onto the Magneto here, and there it is. It's going to be Ultron coming over the top.
Yeah, I think that's, I was going to say, drawing all the way back to the first map, right, Araco, where we saw Ultron be a pretty big nuisance for the side of Monash. J-Sude playing that one pretty well. Strange getting locked in here. Monash, they know their win condition at this stage. It's the Strange, right?
Oh, yeah. They understand that full well. They want to play into that portal play there. They want to be able to take advantage of those kinds of situations. And we'll see what they are going to tap into heading into the next ban here. Whew. It's a mirror matchup of the Emmas. We are not going to be seeing the Psionic Seduction in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's, I was going to say, a good one out of the side of UTS, right? It's one of those ones that's been kind of floating under the radar. Genzo's been playing a lot of Emma Frost in this series overall, so, taking that one away, probably a great one for the side of both teams, right? UTS can't allow Joji to play the Bucky, so they'll take it away once again. Joji even hovered it, so he's going to be feeling very sad about that one.
100%. Not going to be feeling pretty confident on that one at all. It's going to be taken away, but, as Joji said, they can play a bit of anything, so they're not going to be phased by that at all, and we'll see what they are going to be able to do with their last remaining ban here as look to lock it down at Phoenix. Ooh. I definitely like it, not going to be able to tap into that burst potential there, but Tony, oh my goodness. We are seeing the Magic team up. We talked about this early in the broadcast, and here it is. They're bringing out the chains, and, you know, it's kind of perfect. Playing into it with an Angela, with the Bucky there as well. They can look to chain them down, then utilize the Bionic Hook there to try and pull them back to your team. It's crazy what they can do with this. They can isolate these KOs so well.
Yeah, I like this adaptation here from the likes of UTS. You know, we got to speak about the Magic earlier in the broadcast, right? You know, it felt only fitting that we finally get to see it. UTS with the, you know, the Strange being up, they'll bring it to the plate. And, well, we'll, of course, get to see a little bit more of a brawler composition, right? Mickey hovering the Angela, probably going to be playing the Venom. And, yeah, UTS are looking to fight.
Looking to fight on, looking to fight strong here, and really curious. See what they can do. Heading in to the game right now. It's time to get serious. Time to get down to business, and see what they can come up with into this one as prepare ourselves for battle. Big damage already coming out from Joji on the Punisher here. You can tell they are ready. Just chunk down that damage using that machine gun to success for the moment. And they got the shotgun available as well for that close combat.
Yeah, definitely eyes on Joji to be one of the damage dealers here for the side of Monash. Of course, Dixon under fire now, though, because Anthony rocking with the Magic. I was going to say Gas swapped off the Strange quite quickly, so a team-up's not available anymore for UTS. We'll see Mickey dive towards the strategist sides of things, takes out Theoven. Quick trade back though from Genzo, with the Kraken impact already from J-Sune flying across and looking for those KOs. It's a triple, it's a quad already, looking for the Penta on the Joji. It's only fitting, but it's getting stolen away by Gas. But UTS, they will be able to capture the mission area, and they will start to push.
That they will, Tone. Really great stuff coming out from our teams there. They're going to be very happy with that, and more times ahead where that came from, Tone. Exciting action. They are going to be stalling things out and looking to see if they can push the mission vehicle that much further. Ratatoska is on the move.
Ratatoska moving, and Monash, well, they're on the move right now to scramble back for a defense. Genzo trying to get on towards the backline once again, but Anthony's doing the same in the reverse order. Eternal Bond coming out here from Student. As we'll see, fade both worlds from Milk to just, you know, trade one for him. But the strategist ultimates, they'll keep Mickey alive and healthy, and they'll look to see a piece of the Abyss as well on a Dixon. Joji did pop the Unsung Inferno, but it didn't quite hit its mark, and they're just continuing to walk it up. J-Sune, Anthony, Cass, just all in the face of Monash right now, and there's nothing really they can do to stabilize.
Yeah, not going to be able to do much at all, are they? Going to have to stall things out, lock things in, and we'll see if it is going to take them as far as they possibly want to go here, Tone, as I'm just going to be sticking it back up for the moment. So close to the checkpoint here, but Monash are doing whatever they can to hold them off. Damage coming over the top of those, just a bit too much. Here it is, Kraken impact, and more to follow from there. UTS are going to soak in the KOs. There you go, Tony. He's going to be that.
That's 5 minutes on the clock. The dreaded 5 you don't want to see right now for Monash. They did get the Strange, but it doesn't feel like it's having its impact as we saw. Nixon going to be swapping over to the Storm. Joji onto the Punisher, trying to deal with, I was going to say, Magic kind of flying in. You know, you have the ability to pull out the shotgun. It hasn't really found its mark. You will see as well ultimates available for both sides. Meteor as well. We're going to be seeing Feast of the Abyss out of Mickey towards the back line. It's just Mickey. Nobody else is really there to help him. And Fluente will be able to finally find one, help their team out. UTS will find another KO. It is Gas with the Magneto. Once again, only having to expend one ultimate. This is great economy usage from the side of UTS.
Really solid way to push themselves to success here, and have a blessed run. So far, so good, but see just how good things can get into this last portion here. Omega Hurricane coming online into the Fate of Both Worlds as well. Oh, it's time for a Meteor Gas. Try and pop them away, but it's not going to happen. Genzo keeps them in play, and going to be more where that came from. Bagamoto not doing too much at the moment, but they might just be able to get something else over the top. Lawente good for the boundary there. Student as well. Eternal Bond. Jorge Sude caught in the crossfires there, and they will get knocked straight down.
Raw squad here from Monash's. Woshu Genzo walking up, throwing hands there on towards UTS, and well, they're sent packing for the moment, but they're trying to fight this fight out here. Joji going to be chipping away, dishing up some blows there, just trying to soften up a KO for themselves here. I was going to say, great hold though from Monash. They'll stall out the clock a little bit further, 3 minutes here for UTS to make it an adaptation there. I was going to say, interesting as well that we didn't see the Meteor really have all too much impact. The unfortunate thing about trying to help out your backline was a Darkchild down from Anthony over towards it. It's dashing, it's slashing, it's a knee cleaning it up with the help of Florente. Those KOs come through so quickly, and UTS obliterate that fight, and they'll obliterate the capture here. I don't think Monash can get back. Final judgment from Joji's mistimed. Meteor from Gas, just a good measure. In 3 minutes, and of course 2 minutes 40 now on the clock here for UTS.
That will be that. What a dominant push coming out from them here. Central Park is on the line for UTS right now, and Monash are just feeling lost. I don't know what they're, what's going wrong for them there, but they certainly need to change something into this and see just what changes they are going to be looking to activate right now, as already get a few different heroes online into this, and we'll see if it is going to be the right combination to really find success.
We spoke about this all the way back on Symbiotic Surface as well. Student, we bringing out the Loki. We'll see Fiovan as well. Mantis is available, so Monash will look to bring that one to play, and Dixon going to be rocking with the Lunas. So I was going to say, it's all really on Joji to bring up the damage here, and playing the perfect hero to do that. Phoenix inside of UTS though. So I was going to say, they've got Anthony on the Magic because the soldier was taken away. It's been played by Jay Sune. So, well, UTS, not really playing into the chain as we would have expected. So it's kind of sad to see.
Yeah, sad to see, but they are going to be able to break in and do a little bit more where that came from, Tone. So, really keen and curious for that matter. They will be able to approach their own attacking segment. Anthony, already locking it down into the back line, and they are going to get caught. This is actually big for Monash, taking down one of the key duelists there. Now onwards and upwards towards the vanguards. They're already looking to discard some of these defenders, and gas is found as well. It's all pouring down, pouring in for Monash here. So the early conversion could be onwards to the convoy before they even know it, but the portal brings them back just in time.
Yeah, the portal brings them back perfectly, and now we'll see Monash now have to lock it down here. Strategist under fire, everybody under fire. Still Joji bringing the heat, and it will be Jsude take it out. Endsong Inferno is available for Joji, with good measure from Genzo. Maelstrom coming through. Wosh is just sending these strategists packing down to 6 points of HP. Genzo is there to help his fellow man. 5 minutes now for Monash to continue the push. I was going to say that all started. Joven, I believe, found a sedate onto Mickey on the Venom. The environmental KO came in to start that one off, so a little bit of a chaotic, scattered fight, but it goes Monash's way. Now for UTS. Still going to be rocking with a Strange. Mickey going to be bringing that one. Of course, the portal's not available for another 2 minutes. UTS, they're going to have to hold strong.
Hold strong, hold steady here, and we'll see if they can manage to push themselves up a notch into this one. Roshinko going to be ready to get into the flow here. Fate of Both Worlds into the invisible boundary. Jesune not going to be able to do much with the Kraken impact as well, but they're already building up percentage so quick. And Joji doubles down on the KOs, traded out his Fiovan there, and see if anyone else is going to be taken offline in a second here. Oh, here we go. Got a mischief coming out from Student. Trying to find something from it. Mickey's out of here. This is great, but Enzo going down could cause a bit of calamity here for Monash. UTS not looking to go down without a fight. They are fighting on, giving it their all.
That's another snipe from Dixon. Stalls this walk up from UTS. Sune looking for a bionic hook there. Did catch Student for a second, but is able to shift away to the clone. Final judgment coming out of Anthony, looking for a little bit more punishment here onto the side of Monash, but they are healthy. But I was going to say Sune as well. Cracking impact for good measure. Finding one KO, just something for the reset. Joji will fall. Now looking for a little bit more. They're trying to find Genzo. They will pick up the triple onto Dixon. They'll send them back to the spawn region for the moment. Monash will be sent packing with 3 minutes left. They still have plenty of time to adjust.
Plenty of time to adjust and plenty of time to do everything they possibly can here. So, see if they are going to be able to achieve more from this. If they are going to be able to capture some more KO potential into this one as stick it back for the moment and look to lock it in. And Tongan Photo from downtown. Oh, he gets shut down though, so not going to be able to do much there, but still so much more work they can achieve here. Fate of Both Worlds comes on. Genzo's down though. Uh-oh, it's on both sides, and we'll see who can rise up.
And I have Agamotto coming out from Mickey as well, but I was going to say the stagger KOs, Anthony picking up one, Fluente 2 getting involved, and this is where UTS can look to walk up and keep that pressure surmounting. Monash, time ticks a little bit lower, it gets a little bit more worrisome for them. I think you're going to get topped up by the strategist. UTS, they're still commanding this strength super well, right? You know, using that corner. The Ensong Inferno is so unfortunate there from Joji, not really hitting its mark, but still rocking with the Phoenix, dishing out the damage there. Sune will get taken out by Joji, of all people here, and looking for a little bit more punishment. It will be soon, but the Fate of Both Worlds, and they're popping all the ultimates. Invisible Boundary coming out of here. I have Agamotto, Final Judgment, Meteor coming through in return on towards the side of Monash. Anthony trying to stop this Ensong Inferno, still coming through, but it is going to be Fioven taking out Anthony. Gas now is like, where has everybody gone? As Monash will pick up the KOs, they'll light up the feed.
That they will, Tony, light up the feed and feed into many more KOs. Let's see if they can stop them. Oh, I heard portal time. Who's gonna get it? That's the big question. Well, looks like it is gonna be Sune shut down by Fioven there. Good sedation coming in, and they're looking for much more. Oh, Fioven locked in again. The runes coming out at the right time from Student there, keeping their teammates online, and they get it over the checkpoint.
Yeah, this is why you can't allow Fioven with the Mantis, right? I was going to say, that's why we saw it banned so many games from UTS. That's why Mantis is the golden three of strategists at the moment in the meta. As we'll see Monash. Now, they'll take up some space. They'll take a page out of UTS's book. They'll play for the control. We'll see Mickey swap on over for the environmental KO potential here with the Angela. Do have Fate of Both Worlds up here for Dixon, though. Do have Eye of Agamotto available for WhatOCE. Will get pushed off by the Angela. And that's a good pick there now for UTS. That's a great KO.
Great KO, and they are going to be able to flow their way in a much more from their tone. Sune's down. We could see another one to follow. Mickey, such low HP. Maybe he could get a little bit lower. Uh-oh. Final Judgment coming out into the Soul Resurgence. It's Fate of Both Worlds coming online as well. They're trying to see if they can break through with the damage, and they succeed. Student concedes there. Joji's gone. Fioven to follow. It's exactly what you want to see out of a fight from UTS here. And it's a harder reset coming out to Monash. Building up a lot of time here.
That's a hard pill to swallow. A minute 30 left on the clock. We do have portal available here. Actually, no, we don't. 2 minutes on that portal timer. I have Agamotto is, and Ensong Inferno. Monash. That's an unfortunate one to fall. They will use the Goddess of Mischief here. We'll see Fate of Both Worlds in a second from Student if the fight goes pear-shaped. As we'll see them start to walk it up. The eyes are on towards the back line here as Jaysune does have the Hurricane. Student keeping everybody topped up here, but it's another from Mickey. It's a double on the edge. We'll see Jaysune fly through with the Hurricane and bring in the storm here, and it is raining for Monash. It's only a minute left on the clock, Matt, and Monash, once again, another push is thwarted.
Yeah, they're going to be caught in the rain there, and let's see. They can feel the pain, feel the rain jumping into turret time with Anthony into this one, and to hold back right now. Genzo trying to hold in. Fist of the Abyss coming out. Not going to be able to do too much with it. Well, their teammates certainly are. 2 KOs coming in from our strategist. Raining down power, raining down pain, and see if they are going to be able to bring a bit more than that. Monash on the final stretch. Final judgment is coming out. Oh, Gurren stops it at the right time. They're not going to be able to get anything from this. And just like that, we push in to the OT sector. Here we go.
On the plus side of things, it's a minute for Monash. It's 3 minutes 40 for UTS, and what a beautiful sequence there from Monash to get us into this point here. I was going to say, UTS, they were looking good on that hold. Anthony, once again, now to the Punisher. Jaysune is still going to be rocking with the Storm. And for Monash, I was going to say, I have to give him credit, right? Student playing super well with those Ghosts of Mischiefs, copying the Lunar Snow ultimate time and time again, walking up with that fight. Joven as well. He's been playing lights out on this Mantis so far in this final map, and for Monash, they breathe a sigh of relief. They get to play just that little bit more.
Yeah, get to play a little bit more, get to do a little bit more with it, and see if they are going to be able to tap into this, if they are going to be able to capture something more into this one right now, Tone, as we are going to be bring life into the game right now with the OT sector, and maybe with Adam Warlock. No, not this time, Tone. No karmic revivals. Although that would certainly spice things up, but no. We're going to see that today. What we are going to see is UTS on the defense, Monash on the attack, and Mickey ready to stop them in their tracks. They're already building a ton of ult percentage, and there's going to be more where that came from.
Hey, Genzo. Oh, he's... Nobody spotted Genzo here. There he comes through on the Fioven. No, Genzo's just going to get in the lay of the land for the moment. The rest of Monash, right? Currently losing this one out. It's once again double KO from Mickey on the Moon Knight, just walking up on a Fioven. Doesn't really give a damn about the space. It's Joji though. Quick answers back. Flowense taking gas will find a KO in return. UTS are able to hold strong. Genzo's hanging out. Now looks for his moment to shine. Tries to find one onto Milk News, but will have to fall back. UTS now have to just hold it for a little bit longer. 10 seconds here for Monash to try and get on towards the point.
Trying to get on towards the point there and see if they are going to be able to do more, but no, they can't do anything. It's all gone up in flames, Tony. And now Monash are on the other side of the coin. It's the opposite effect of the symbiotic surface here, Tony. And now UTS are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this is a reverse of stories here. This is such a hard thing now for Monash, and they're going to have to lock it in deep. I imagine we'll see Student on this Loki, a very defensive character, or a hold like this, because they're going to have to hold down a whole 3 minutes, 43 seconds. And I imagine UTS, they're not going to take their foot off the gas. It's straight towards the Bucky and Punisher combo once again. We'll see Mickey strange this time, so I imagine the portal will come out to play here because they've got the luxury of time, Matt. Unfortunately, Monash, they only had a minute, right? So they couldn't really do any fancy portal play. UTS, they've got that luxury. And if it works, it works. The game's done like that, and UTS will be claiming third place.
I don't listen to music. I punish criminals.
My goodness, and see what they are going to be able to lock into with this, Tony. What they are going to be able to capture
into this motion as we
We
jump straight in into the next portion. Monash are gonna have to have the defense of their lives here, and oh no, it's a portal.
Yeah.
Oh no, Tony. Oh no, not like this.
It's a portal
distraction.
Yeah, it's a distraction. I was going to say, Anthony's there sitting on the turret with the portal while the rest of UTS walk up. Jay Sune's already found that first KO onto a crucial target. It's the strategist core. Joji as well taken out by Milk. They're looking for a little bit more. The Punisher, the Bucky, Jay Sune doing absolute work here all series long. It's another one again, so it's a quadra from Jay Sune, and that is UTS. With lightning quick timing, will be taking home the reverse sweep against Monash.
Oh my goodness, can you believe what we've just witnessed, Tony? UTS will be able to press it up and take away third place here. At long last, our victor has been locked in, and we are gonna be seeing that one locked and loaded there. A huge come up from the side of UTS. They work hard all season, and now this is the result. They claim third place for their own and zone it out.
That was, Matt, what we wanted out of a third, fourth place decider. Monash, they crumble once again. You know, it looked like we saw the Monash of old. 2-1, the series felt like it was theirs, and then UTS, the substitution came through. Mickey in for Dinosaur Pillow, and I felt like times that's happened, UTS, they crumbled. But this time it paid off. Mickey showing flexibility, bringing out the Angela, bringing out the Venom, bringing out the Strange. And it all came to fruition here. Well-deserved MVP there from Mickey at the tail end of things, and UTS, well-deserved. They toppled a Titan in Monash tonight.
Couldn't agree more, Tony. They definitely toppled a Titan. They were able to just lock them out entirely. It was incredible. See what they were able to deliver onto this, and certainly could be more where that came from for that matter, but we'll see what else is going to be on the horizon into this, Tony, because, you know, that was just our first series of the night. We've also got the grand final coming through very, very soon as well, Tony. This night is nowhere near being finished.
Yeah, it feels like a treat, right? We get to see that out of the third, fourth. The grand final has to deliver. It'd feel criminal if it doesn't. I was going to say, UNSW RMIT probably watching on with anticipation to see who claimed that one, because all things considered, Matt, that was a hard-fought game for both sides, right? Monash, they played absolutely perfect there on those second and third maps, respectively, and then again, UTS, they powered up. They showed that they can adapt quickly, make some substitutions. Jay Sune, I was going to say, getting his run back against Joji on the Bucky feels only fitting. Feels like, Jay Sune is one of those guys that hasn't, I was going to say, been shown all too much of the limelight, right? It's been a lot of the other teams. UNSW, they've got some talented DPS players. RMIT, talented DPS. Monash as well. We speak about Joji time and time again. But Jay Sune really showed out this game. This series overall, Intony as well. Pinpoint precise.
Yeah.
I couldn't really fault them.
Yeah, couldn't hold them back, but you know what? We can't hold this one back either. It's time for an interview with Mickey!
Hello. How's it going, everyone?
Fantastic, mate, and I'm sure you're one and the same. What an incredible series, first and foremost, and I guess, was the result a surprise? Were you expecting this outcome?
I was obviously benched for the first two games, and I was watching it, and it was a pretty close game, and I thought to myself, you know what? If I get subbed on, I think I can bring something to the table here, and I guess I sort of had that self-confidence, and I guess from what you saw in the results, the surprise Angela pick, I think everyone was shocked for that.
Yeah, I was going to say, definitely shocked. We definitely weren't expecting that one going into Spider Island. And, you brought Angela against the Angela lovers. I was going to say, Monash are one of those teams that likes to play Angela themselves. So did that feel like it fueled the confidence a little bit? You really, had to show them out there.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I haven't really watched a lot of the Monash games. But, yeah, I definitely thought they weren't expecting it. I don't think anyone's at a level or anyone's practiced enough to be able to confidently run it, especially in playoffs. Great, like the third and fourth finals. So I definitely thought they were going to be surprised by it. And yeah, I obviously didn't expect to perform that well. I've just found out that if you attack with a full charge, it cancels all movement ability. So that's why I was getting so many kills. I didn't even know that, to be honest. So, but yeah, I think it was definitely sort of empowering to get those, especially those double kills on the supports. That was really satisfying.
Couldn't agree more. I think it's really great to be able to displace those strategists out of the team's lineup there. Really nullifies their potential. And I guess speaking on that, with your team obviously dealing with some tricky portals earlier into the piece, how did you guys manage to, I guess, stay composed after WotOCE was able to manage to land so many just tricky plays?
Yeah, again, it was pretty like sort of shocking, surprising when it actually happened. We weren't really expecting it, even though we should have. The first one, obviously, completely unexpected. The second and third ones, we should have expected. But yeah, definitely, WotOCE is obviously a really good tank player, and I think the portal plays, even if you're expecting it, it's still hard to deal with. Um, even we made a portal play in the end, which he wasn't expecting. So I think it was kind of a bit of a get back on him. Soloed him out, didn't let him touch point. So yeah, I think karma struck, and what goes around comes around.
That's it. And you definitely reap the rewards in the end. So big congratulations to you and the team once again there, Mickey. You guys killed it, had an amazing series, and definitely eager to see what you guys can tap into heading towards their beyond. Thank you so much for joining us, mate.
No worries.
Been a
Thank you so
pleasure, as
much for a
always.
great season, guys.
Much agreed and much appreciated there, Tony. Always great to have our players on board for an interview after such a thrilling series. It's our final day of competition when you got games like that, mate. Just absolutely delivering. Like, you'd think with the intensity of that game, we just witnessed the grand final. But no, the grand final's next, everybody. And we've just come out of a game like that. Like, if that's what the game before the grand final is going to be like, the third place match, just imagine the hellfire that is going to rain down into the actual grand final right now.
Yeah, it feels like a disservice if we don't see a crazy game out of this one. I don't want to see any sweeps now out of the grand final. I want to see some action here for both these sides. But yeah, I was going to say cool to hear, Mickey's advice. I was going to say, as he said, coming in late into the piece, and I guess it resurged UTS in a way that they're able to make a lot of adaptations, and getting the run back against WotOCE there on the stage is just the cherry on top.
Yeah, definitely a sweet victory into that one, Tony. Really solid stuff coming out, just like, Tony, our sponsors. Let's get into it.
Absolutely. AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide the best in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
That's it, Tony, and a big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks here. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push your performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech. From high spec to precision gear, Officeworks has what you need.
And of course, last but not least, Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high-quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Again, Matt, love our sponsors. Couldn't do it without them.
That's it. Couldn't do without them. Much appreciation to them, as always, there. Always helping us put on an amazing show. And we really appreciate them, always and forever. But TwoTapTony, as we said, grand finals are going to be right around the corner here. Very excited to see what UNSW and RMIT have been cooking up. Speaking of, here it is, UNSW, RMIT, coming at you in our next matchup here. And I'm curious what the rosters are going to look like today.
Yeah, it's I was going to say curious one to see the star-studded lineups that will start off the grand finals here. I was going to say, RMIT, they've gone from strength to strength throughout the season, but UNSW, of course, they've been the heavy favorites. The whole season, all of the playoffs as well, I was going to say 3-1, sending UTS down towards that lower bracket, and, they probably got a lot of expectations expected of them going into this grand final. RMIT, I guess, we probably didn't expect them in this stage, upsetting Monash there. And, of course, now Monash finishing 4th overall. Unfortunate season for them, but for RMIT, this is where they really get to show all of the work that's been put in. We spoke to Smiles in the interview last week after their semi-final victory, and he said, we've done a lot of work behind the scenes, and this is where they really get to put it on display tonight.
Yeah, exactly right. They've been cooking up something incredible in the lab there, and they've been reflecting, going through the VOD reviews, and I'm sure UNSW has been doing one and the same. Obviously playing on various fronts there. They've got very storied players behind their roster in every sense of the word there, definitely having some high strength players into the mix. And eager to see how everyone is going to perform tonight. I think that this is going to be a really competitive matchup, and very excited for what each of these sides is going to be able to distribute through for us.
Yeah, I was going to say, you speak about very household names at this stage for UNSW, right? A few of them currently playing in the Marvel Rivals Ignite series for OCE. So we'll waste no time. We'll check out the rosters for you. UNSW, it's Frost, Runk, Lick, Wang, Nuva, and Steve. And for the side of RMIT, it's Air Ninja, Smiles, Kyrie, OTR, Kero, and insert coin 53. Matt, as I said, star-studded lineups for both these teams.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Definitely going to be high-pressure environment and going to be highly competitive. Obviously, Frost, Runk, Lick, just definitely putting in a lot of work in the Ignite circuit there, and one of the same. See some really great stuff coming through from RMIT as well. Always love to see their capabilities, their potential into this one, Tony. And may the best team win. We saw some pretty amazing Portal play into that last series, Tony. But, the team that's been so crazy with it before and probably will be again is going to be RMIT.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I believe we got a pre-game interview of all things here for the grand final. It's going to be... I was going to say, it's going to be none other than Air Ninja here for our pre-game interview. Air Ninja, how you going, mate?
Hello. How we going?
My goodness. You ready, mate? I'm loving the get up here today, Air Ninja. What's inspired it?
Thanks. I don't know, just felt classy. Felt ready to play Marvel Rivals. Thought I'd bring my A game. Might as well look the part,
Absolutely, gonna look sweet and suave. Are we gonna expect any crazy kind of picks out of you guys, or are you guys probably gonna keep it a little stock standard?
Probably stock standard. We'll see what happens. Can't leak the strats on stream, but yeah, we'll try our best. See what happens.
Now, I don't know if you were watching the previous series, but they brought out some pretty cool portal tech. And do you reckon you guys are going to be able to one-up that last series with some cheeky portals of your own, like we've seen before?
Maybe. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll try to one-up WHOOSH again, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. No, really appreciate you coming on board with us, Air Ninja. It looks like you came straight out of the Hellfire Gala, and I'm sure you're going to be classy out of the server and classy in the server with your great plays as well. So best of luck for the series, mate. You guys are going to kill it, and may the best team win.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There you go, Tony.
Yeah.
Have our pre-game interview there. Love to see it. Always unique to see some of the stuff that the players are bringing on board there. I definitely wasn't expecting one of the players to come out of the Hellfire Gala. I thought that was a couple of seasons ago, but here we are.
We're back. I was going to say, never left, I guess. The disco's on. Yeah, looking all dapper. And I was going to say, RMIT, Air Ninja sounded very confident as we get to start it off here on Hell's Heaven of all things, Matt.
There you go. Hell's Heaven coming at you. Curious which part we're going to go to. Maybe we'll start in the Super Soldier Factory.
Hopefully.
Maybe that's going to be the way we begin this one. Maybe not. We'll see how things go, though, once we do get into the mix here, to play, Tony. It's going to be a lot of fun coming out from both of these teams. And I guess, yeah, I'm curious what kind of compositions they'll bring forward this time. Whether it's more stock standard type compositions here, whether it's going to be something different again. We even got to see the Magic team up come through, which I didn't expect we'd see at all. It's been shied away from almost entirely. But I guess in that sense, they only brought it out for a little bit last series, right? You know, I feel like maybe there's those niche moments where you can make it happen.
Yeah, definitely niche moments when it can work. I was going to say we saw it in a little bit more of a heavy dive comp, and then, you know, Anthony's still on the Magic, but Gas swapped off of the Strange completely. So we only got to see it for like a second. It felt like a little bit of a tease for something more. But yeah, this one's going to be interesting because, you know, as we've seen, both of these teams very flexible. UNSW have a lot of compositions that they like to play. I was going to say definitely look out to see how they maneuver, pick some bands right. Of course, RMIT, there's a lot of, I guess, stock standard picks, as we said, you know, Air Ninja didn't want to leak all too much, unfortunately, so we'll have to see as picks and bans, of course, happen here, and whether we get to see Smiles stuck in Mag Prison once again.
Oh, Smiles will be dreading that if they're stuck in Mag Prison there, you know, but we'll see if any player's going to get stuck in Jeff Prison, for that matter. Getting into the game right now. It's time for the ban and save phase, everybody, so get excited for that. It looks like RMIT is staying true to what they love to do, hovering over the fantastic. Ooh, and no one is going to be in a Jeff Prison onto UNSW. Makes a lot of sense. You know, Runk is bringing a lot of spunk into that character there, so they do not want to deal with that at all, but already, there it is, Mantis saved immediately.
Yeah, I like that. I really do like that. RMIT, knowing that Mantis is a very high prio pick, we saw it from our last series when Fioven was allowed to rock with the Mantis. It felt like the impact was felt there. The Sedates were so good. Unfortunately, of course, Monash weren't able to bring it across the line, but see Adam Warlock banned out here by UNSW. That is an interesting one. We haven't seen that all too much.
We haven't seen it much here, but playing into the meta at hand now, it makes a lot of sense, you know, because if you're trying to play into like a triple strategist composition now, you tend to see a bit of Ultron come through, potentially combined with the Atom there or something else out of the mix. So it's understandable, but we'll see what else they are going to be able to tap into now as they lock down the Emma Frost. So that's going to be a nice save to come through from UNSW here. And I'd expect maybe Mag going to be banned out by RMIT. Could be another strategist though, depending on how they want to approach this. We'll see what they are looking to cook up here. There you go. It's going to be the Atom as well taken away. So no revival compositions will be coming through at all unless one team decides to play Rocket into this one with the limited strategists they have available, but I doubt that's going to be the case considering Luna and Cloak still going to be there.
And Emma locked for both sides, so interesting as where UNSW decide to place this final ban, right? There's still a lot of things on the table here. We could definitely see a Mag ban. We could definitely see a Strange ban come through for the final one, as, you know, we expected to see. RMIT are one of those teams as well that probably look to one-up BkWhatOCE in terms of the portal play, but it will be the Mag taken away as the final one. And UNSW, well, they've got a lot of things that are still available for them, right? Magneto's still up, Strange is still up, and, you know, we'll get to see potentially as well Luna Snow here for UNSW. RMIT on the other side of things, though, it's going to be Kyrie OTR rocking with the Star-Lord and Punisher as the combination of duelists here.
And I kind of like that because you get a bit of presence on the ground, but also up above. But they are going to change it up, playing into the Psylocke instead. So, really curious to see how that will fare for them. It makes a bit of sense, you know, they can play with Psylocke, getting that flanking potential in, whilst OTR is going to be able to pump up the damage up front here. But see what they can do. I like how Anuba is bringing out the Phoenix into this one. A very locked-in player, you know, definitely can bring a ton of damage into the fray there, but ooh, there you go. Could be... it's only for the early thing. They're looking to play into the Penny Mines. Yep. And then Nuva will switch back to Duelist. Yeah, that's right. The Portal Mine coming out there with Frost at the helm. So here we go, Tone. Let's see if it works.
Let's see if it pays off. We're going to be setting up those ones. Frost's going to be lining up the portal here. RMIT. They're doing the same thing! They're kind of both setting up the same thing. They're going to be meeting each other. It's Portalception right now. As Frost is like, yeah, I'm having none of this. I'm walking towards the point. Kyrie OTR, RMIT, they will look to get onto the mission area before UNSW. Such a weird start to start that one off, but of course RMIT now do have the space to control the point.
That they do. Got plenty of space, and RMIT almost get full wind of it here, but great contention and coming out from UNSW early. Not going to allow RMIT to build up that percentage early on here. OTR is looking to pump up the damage. One step, BkWhatOCE here. Smiles going to be taken out though. Good opening KOs going out from UNSW onto RMIT, and this will allow them to take the early mission area control. So percentage is now going to be rolling through for them.
Even small victories are worth
Look at
celebrating.
the staggers you waiting along there on towards insert coin 53. And now, as you said, percentage starts to build for UNSW, and you can see how aggressive they're playing. They want to play in the face of RMIT. Great. Full 1-2 there from RMIT. They will be able to escape before the moment. Kyrie stunned up. Nuba, I was going to say, just playing at the distance here with the Phoenix. They now fall back to the points here because RMIT can look to try and sneak on through. I imagine Air Ninja trying to get on in with OTR. They are able to find that first KO onto Lick.
Ooh, more where that came from. Agamotto time online, but maybe not. Oh my goodness! They're going to be shut down. A big choke slam coming out there. Shuts down Agamotto. Good trade on OTR though. The end song Inferno. Oh, that was huge. Such a tight angle, and they managed to push in, getting the damage up. Air Ninja going down as well. UNSW calm, collected, looking to continue to inject that percentage forward.
Yeah, they're just, I was going to say, they're playing very confident. UNSW, they allowed Air Ninja to walk up. They allowed OTR to kind of walk up and try and get a quick KO in from the side of RMIT, but UNSW still, they're going to be seeing Frost on the Venom, on towards the backline there, over towards the strategist and the squishier targets here. They will have to pop the fate of both worlds. We'll see as well. It's the butterfly towards the point, and it will be able to find Runk.
Maybe more where that came from. OTR does manage to finally get some damage. That's both Vanguards offline here. I am Steve. Gonna be looking to do what they can as well. Will be taken away. So, solid stuff coming out from them there. RMIT finally fight back into this one. See what else they can do.
Yeah, RMIT, some great adaptations though, having to, I was going to say, UNSW expending a lot of ultimates there. Goddess of Death was used, Lick did pop the Fate of Both Worlds, and well, for RMIT, the control space, and they'll continue to put the pressure back on towards UNSW. We'll see Psionic Seduction coming out here. They will try to burst down Lick. Barry will be able to find that quick KO. Now they're trying to find Frost as well. Just trying to swing back on. We'll be able to get out there. Does get the Invisible Woman pop up as well. RMIT, though, it's a great fight once again to win out.
Great one to win out there, and we'll see what else they are going to be able to do. Heading into the next portion of this right now as the damage is fighting on between these two duelists here, and ooh, Kari trying to catch it, does get it in the end, and they're focused up on the backline right now. The strategists are in trouble, but no, the focus is on the duelists. Oh, they can't get more from it.
That's a beautiful pull there. Going to be finalizing the KO on towards Kyrie. We'll see Fate of Both Worlds into the invisible boundary, into the Punisher ultimate. Final judgment coming through here. Once again from OTR. Yuang the one with the meteor on top of Kero, but it's all still going RMIT's way. That Punisher ultimate is still raining judgment upon the side of UNSW. That will be RMIT holding it down once again, and UNSW like capped to 93. And RMIT now will start to meet them there. Just one good fight, and RMIT will be claiming this first point.
They may yet be able to maneuver. Hold there, does have to use. Oh, they got stopped just before they could activate, and now they are being punished. Maneuver is out of here. The double down of the duelists, and it's time for the Goddess of Death to come online. I am Steve, fighting back. That was a great use of the little shield there from Invisible Woman. It does allow them to keep online. But speaking of online, UNSW Now back online, mission area in their control. They need to get test, they need to get on. And here we go, OT timer. And the strategists are in trouble. Dwayne the Lord is focused up and trying to cut them out here. Feast of the Abyss, trying to shut down Invisible Woman, and not gonna happen. Healings to ground. Ghetto goes down there. UNSW are pouring down the OT timer. RMIT in trouble. They're staggering Tony. And this could be the first mission area lockdown. There he goes. It's UNSW taking control here on the Eldritch Monument. It's time for the Frozen Airfield and maybe Super Soldier Factory.
It's not to the final one, Matt. We'll get to the Frozen Airfield for the moment. UNSW, great answer back. I was going to say to 93, then RMIT, we were like, oh, okay. They're starting to play the game a little bit, and UNSW start to get a little bit worried. I was going to say great spacing. I was going to say UNSW not grouping up there, so Parry not really getting all too much of value there with the Dance of the Butterfly. OTR, though, those judgments were very good. Look towards OTR for this next one here for the side of RMIT, but the portal play came through as well from RMIT. They couldn't quite get back towards capturing that one. Well, for Frosty, we'll have the Meteor available here. Start this fight off. Well, Star Wars actually going to be coming out from Nuva this time, and going to give the Phoenix over to Steve.
Going to change things up, change the pacing here, and kind of respect it. You know, if it's not working one way, why not change the other? If the team is willing to be flexible and adaptable, maybe the change of play style could work for them. So, really curious to see how things go right now as damage is pumping up downtown. They are looking to lock things in here. Nuva up top as well. Big burst damage there. We'll just hold back, but ooh, okay. They're going to be shut down, so this is an opening now earned by RMIT, but I mean, one and the same. The ults are now popping for UNSW. We've got the invisible boundary. It's time for final judgment into the Meteor Frost! Immediate pop goes the Weasel there, and that is crazy timing because of that final judgment. It just activated the power levels of the Meteor, and they had to lock it down immediately. The double down is insane.
Yeah, that is why you bring Magneto to play, and in Frost's hands, it's a devious hero. RMIT, they get shut down just when you thought the fight was going to go their way. UNSW, they play to fight it out here. We'll see. Get aggressive once again. Runk's going to be sitting, watching it all unfold. Nuva has swapped over towards the Winter Soldier, so a little bit of flexibility being shown in the pool, as we spoke about in the pregame from UNSW. But we'll see a cap on towards the backside of the point. Clary hiding behind the box. It's going to get away. Doesn't get the full capture here. UNSW, they turn their attention back towards the mission objective at hand.
They're turning their attention over towards the mission area here. Not looking to overextend, not looking to do anything too crazy here, but it's time to get back to action. Big hits from Nuva there, taking advantage of really able to tap in, get the tainted voltage through, get the Trooper's fist over the top. You know, they got the bionic hook, they got it all, Tony, and to see what else they can do.
And Meteor's back up for Frost. For RMIT, they've got a few ultimates to play with, or their own Dance of the Butterfly is available, and Strangling Prison too would be good at setting up and Psionic Seduction. And we'll see Strangling Prison not really hit its mark, but we'll see Dance of the Butterfly fly through from Kyrie. It will be, though, Endsong Inferno in return from Steve. It will be the Meteor once again from Frost, but doesn't quite hit its mark, and OTR waited for the perfect time to pop the judgment. Runk is now under fire, but so is OTR, a little bit too deep in the mix, and we'll see you Wang the Wong find another one. We'll see I Am Steve walking up here, doing so much damage there with the Phoenix. UNSW will cap it and close it on Hell's Heaven in decisive fashion.
Yeah, really commanding start coming through from them. I was really impressed to see how RMIT was able to bring it back a bit in some sections of that map, you know. It's definitely good to see the potential coming through from them. But Runk going to be the one to bring up the MVP volumes there on the Invisible Woman. You know that they mean business. You know that they are capable. They are putting in the hard yards into this one, Tone. But We'll see what the change-up's going to be heading towards the second map here, because these teams definitely locked in and looking to do their very best.
Yeah, locked in, looking to do what they can. But I was going to say, Runk earning MVP for that one. It was, I was going to say, in a very interesting one. UNSW really getting a lot of value out of the invisible boundaries. So, you know, props to UNSW starting the grand final off where you kind of expected them, right?
Yeah, definitely starting off strong there, really pumping up the energy levels, and there's going to be more where that came from. As we get map number 2 set up, everybody, we're just going to head to a short break while we get that all underway, all in order, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the AEL University Elite Series. It's time to get into our next map. We are going to Yggdrasil Path right here, right now. Tony on the convoy section. It's time to jump straight in to the action. Convoy time. And you know what I think? When I think convoy, especially on the defensive side, I think triple strategist. I think triple vanguard. Let's see which team's going to be on defense, though, when we get into it.
Yeah, I believe it is going to be UNSW starting defense. RMIT going to be starting off on attack. So it should be an interesting one, Matt, because as you said, I imagine UNSW probably want to play into the triple vanguard, triple strategist composition, and that kind of plays a heavy role in the picks and bans here. We'll already see the Jeff taken away once again. I cry every time, Matt.
Runk just ain't going to be allowed to play it. Plain and simple. We're going to see a mirror matchup on the bans and saves so far, though.
Yeah.
So, oh, there you go. Goodbye to Emma Frost.
Yeah, Frost fittingly in. I was going to say the one that probably bring that one to the table. But of course, we're going to be banning that one away from RMIT's side and locking it in. Mantis going to be high priority here for RMIT. I kind of respect that one, right? I believe Kero has been playing that one quite well for RMIT. You know, even in the semis, I believe we got to see it. So, not too bad. They'll be taking away Mantis as well. So, some good prioritization here towards the strategist players here on the side of UNSW. Because I was going to say, you know, I spoke about the side of UNSW being star-studded, right? We've got some very, very good strategists on the side of UNSW. Lake, Runk, and Nuva can all really flex and kind of play to their T's here. But Torch going to be taken away for both sides. A respectable one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think there's definitely value in taking that away, especially at this point, Tony. You know, I think that they could be in for a bit of trouble if they have to deal with that. But no, they're not going to deal with that. But what they are going to deal with is Ultron. Rage of Ultron is online for UNSW this time. And I'm kind of scared to see what that can do for them. But we'll see what RMIT takes away from them. It is Magneto, so not going to see Meteors this time around.
Yeah, I was going to say that one dunk from Frost really sent shivers down RMIT's spine, so they'll be taking away Mag. They'll be locking that one in, I imagine, for Smiles, and we'll see Punisher getting taken away here for the side of RMIT, so they won't get to bring that one to the table, and we'll see what the compositions are being thought about here. Again, triple strategist and triple vanguard probably here for UNSW, as you already see. Groot, Adam, thought about here for a second. Nuva going to be potentially on the Ultron. And for the side of RMIT, maybe rocking with the Fast Ball special here, Holt. And Smiles going to be on the Wolverine of all things.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to see a Smiles jumping out onto the Wolverine there. So, you're going to see how they are going to be able to pump up the potential, pump up the damage into this as looking to hold things down and lock things in into this one. But Tony, that's not the only thing they are going to be looking to do here. Definitely got a lot more they can tap into this. A lot more they can do here. So let's see how they fare as we get ready to rumble here. Get ready to face off against triple vanguard, triple strategist composition here. It's definitely going to be a tough one, but seeing Kare change up to the Moon Knight there, triple duelist, I feel a bit of confidence for RMIT being able to break past some of these vanguard potentials.
Yeah, definitely looking to break through. Yueng along, finding a quick KO there on towards Air Ninja on the Groot, so that's all the frontline pressure now being taken away here for RMIT. Yueng along just dishing out some blows as well to Smiles. Then go back to the spawn for the moment, so stalling out the clock a little bit. RMIT will need to come out with Air Ninja. Now we'll see what they can do. OTR, of course, dishing out so much crucial damage here on the Storm, and Kyrie going to be using that Khonshu early, but Nuva answers back. Rage of Ultron now, as well as UNSW just look to walk back up like nothing ever happened.
Nothing ever happened, like nothing ever broke over the top there, so really solid outcome for UNSW here. They are just going to be holding them off, holding them back and ready. See how they stack up into this. But see what else they are going to be able to catch over this one. As get the Omega Hurricane, OTR ready in the back line, trying to bring the pain there, but it just ain't working. They bring the damage to the front. They only get a cutful, so not too shabby. This could be the opportunity RMIT needs to break in.
That's a great KO triple for OTR. Looking for the quad potentially, as we'll now see as well. Runk trying to stall it out. UNSW. It will get taken out here, but immediately Portal back on towards the car, potentially here for Yueng the One. They've got ultimates as well to use here. Liquid Fade of both worlds as they'll walk out. Frost as well with the Psionic Seduction and Tangling Prison as well here. RMIT have to be careful.
Yeah, have to exercise caution in this one, otherwise they could get left behind, but they have been able to find Nuba, so great shutdown coming into that one, and Yar's looking for more around the back as well. They're locked in. Invisible Woman, see you later, Runk, and maybe more, but Psionic Seduction over the top. Good catch from Smiles, forcing them out the line of sight. They're not going to be able to get anything from their strategists. They are going to be pushing it as far forward as they can. So, really great to see the confidence building up here for RMIT.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Yeah, this is, I guess not what we were expecting. Triple Duelist is really shutting down this hold here from UNSW. Now you can see them change up things. We're going to be seeing this Eve Phoenix. We'll see Nuba still on towards the Ultron. So they'll still rock with the double strategist, but they'll give up a Vanguard in the process. RMIT as well. I was going to say, once they break through that triple Vanguard, triple strategist composition, Smiles now over towards the Magneto that was locked in. Once again, Hurricane coming through here from OTR as they'll swing with the Tornado. It is dishing out so much damage, softening up the KOs. Ninja following up OTR with a triple, looking for the Quadra, and will be picking it up. RMIT clean sweeping that fight with only one ultimate needed.
Amazing stuff coming through from them there. They are going to be able to lock it down, take this one exactly where they wanted it. So, huge impact coming through there. And see if there's going to be more where that came from, Tony, because it's all going to come down to this.
Going to be walking it up here. Yueng the One does have Eye of Agamotto available, but RMIT, they've got still a lot of ultimates to play with. Invincible Pulse Cannon here from Kyrie, trying to catch a player going from the corner there, but it will be one from Steve to start it off here. Looking for sustainability here from the side of RMIT. We'll see Fate of both worlds, keep them all up and online for the moment. Runk did use the Invisible Boundary. We'll see Strangling Prison there from Air Ninja, followed up with the Invisible Boundary of their own, and we'll see Steve end Song Inferno. Doesn't quite hit its mark. Lick is keeping everybody healthy for the moment with the Fate of both worlds, but OTR still raining down hell from the skies. And Ninja finding one onto Lick, and then looking for a little bit more on the KOs. Kyrie here to help them out, and will spot up Frost, but they're still stalling it for the moment. Frost, quite a healthy HP bar. Runk does pop the BRB beacon. Nuba is back into play here, so UNSW, they're holding it down pretty well.
Holding it down pretty well and ready to spell trouble for anyone who should get between them and capturing that potential. They're now looking to do so much more. Nuba locked in on the Bucky right now. Does get and they surge in, and they will be able to surge through with the voltage and get more from it. Yueng the One locks it down. And so UNSW bring back the fight.
That was a huge maelstrom there from Yueng the One. And once again now, I have Agamotto again online here. We're getting pretty close as well to the Kraken impact. Smiles does still have the Meteor. A minute left for RMIT to push it up here. Frost, I was going to say, playing this Hulk super well. They're not even playing into the team up. The Namor's available if they want to use it. Frost just playing a very slippery Hulk, a very stall-heavy Hulk. We'll look to walk it up here on towards the back line. The group will actually stop him jumping over. He will be able to get through. I have Agamotto though on top of the Fate of both worlds. Everybody's stunned up, but they're so healthy. And RMIT can look to walk it up here.
Walk it up, walk it in. Strangling Prison coming out from Air Ninja, trying to get something from it, but the Invisible Boundary going to hold them back. Smiles tries to pop the Meteor over the top there. They're back on Mag Prison. Now they're taking out. Big Kraken impact coming through from Nuba. A wall between them. Bionic Hawk forces them straight back in. Poor Air Ninja. See you later. And we could be saying goodbye to many more to come, but there you go. Get goes down, and RMIT. Not much time. Yueng the One would have a bit of trouble with Smiles looking to go on portal time here. Oh, them anti-portal in the portal. They get stopped though. This is huge.
Dance of the butterfly towards the back line. Anti-portal doesn't really help. Yeah, and now, of course, it's all hands on deck here on SW. They need to scatter back. They need to scramble towards the mission vehicle. We'll see Steve on top of so many members getting softened up, battered, bruised, taken out by Air Ninja. Galactic Ninja Legend coming out from OTR doesn't really do its mark. Here, we'll see Nuva going absolutely crazy here on the Winter Soldier. Is back here from the BRB beacon. Yu Wang the Wong is still stalling for overtime, and UNSW are able to walk back towards the mission vehicle. Frost is here. RMIT now, they need to get back. There's no portal available. They need to run all the way back.
Run all the way back, run all the way forward here and draw themselves in, as confident as ever, but UNSW are making that confidence dwindle by the second as they hold down a triumphant defense here.
2, 1.
We'll be able to lock it down.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
They're able to lock it down. Huge hold there from UNSW. Just when you thought RMIT found the counter, right? They had Smiles go towards the Wolverine, and it stopped that triple strategist, triple vanguard that we were speaking about for so much in the interim there. Now we swap sides. RMIT now to defense. UNSW over towards the attack, and they're going to be bringing the heat, right? Nova thinking about the Moon Knight. We'll see Steve on the Storm. For RMIT, they're changing it up here. We've got Smiles on towards the Captain America. Kyrie going to be bringing out the mags, so they're taking a page out of UNSW's book, but they're rocking it a little bit differently. We're going to be seeing Smiles probably play a little bit more aggressively as well. They've got Karo on the cloak. We'll see OTR now on towards the rocket. Insert coin.
30 seconds
And
before
be
your
on the
attack.
Invisible Woman.
Get ready.
UNSW. Well, immediately, they know what's up. Frost is going to be straight to the Wolverine.
Straight to the Wolverine and ready to keep it clean here, Tone. We'll see. They are going to be able to do a bit more with it here, as got a lot more to tap into this one. A lot more they can collect over the top of this one, Tone. But
4,
it's time to lock in for another attacking segment. Time to see what UNSW can do onto their own attacking side here. They prime themselves up for battle. They're ready to run.
And we already see an attempt to kidnap there from Frost. We'll see Nuva already pumping out damage there with the arm from the Moon Knight. They will be able to find Kyrie early on, so that's one Vanguard down. The RB Beacon brings him back. But still, damage being dished out. Khonshu available here for Nuva. Trying to snipe on towards the strategist, but they're able to get away with the help of the Cloak and Dagger invisibility. Link has found another though. Steve is already dishing out the follow-up damage here with the help of Frost. And we'll see UNSW start to push this card.
Yeah, looking to start to push this card and looking to rip things apart here too, and we'll see if they are going to be able to do much more with it as we stick back and just take this one up a notch. That presence exactly where they want it. Portal time online. Omega Hurricane is available if they want to shut things down, but don't need to just yet.
Yeah, they're playing very patient here. You can see UNSW kind of shaking it up, playing over towards the front end side of the mission vehicle, while the side of RMIT, they're trying to defend from the back side of things here. Of course, Hurricane doesn't really get all too much there. It was interesting. Nuva does have the Khonshu available, and they're stacked up. They're fragile here, and it will be Smiles falling. Eternal Bod coming out from Kero. But it is still the KOs trickling in here. That's another from Link. We'll see Air Ninja pop the Eye of Agamotto. We'll see them actually find the KOs back. It's a triple from Air Ninja. But still, they're fighting out the fight here for UNSW. We'll see Wolverine slash and swing in. But it is another double from Smiles. And RMIT are able to stop the card here on the reverse hold.
Yeah, great stoppage coming through there. They are going to be to take things up a notch, and very eager to see what else they can deliver into this and see what else is in store as Psionic Seduction comes in from Yuan the One. The shielding good for a moment. Ooh, good catch, a few more over the top there. There we go. Smiles is down and Asia's online. Let's see if they can chop them up. Get the KOs in.
Great chokeslam there as well from Yu Wang the One. Keeping the strategist safe in the back line here. Meteor coming out from Kyrie. Needs to be absolutely pinpoint and precise. Hurricane coming through, sweeping aside the leftover from the side of RMIT. The strategist fall, and that mission vehicle continues to push. Smiles is looking for the stall, but I don't think he's going to get on. They don't have the Strange available either, so we'll see UNSW tap for 3 minutes.
That's it. They are going to be looking a lot better now coming into this and see what they can deliver. Getting into the rest of this one. Hold back for a moment. Stall things in, zone things out. Very keen to see what else this is going to be all about, Tony. How can it capture more?
We'll see how it goes. Once you're available here for Nuba. Well, OTR. That's swapped over towards the Iron Man. We'll see Eternal Bond out of Rug here. We'll see OTR, though, find that first KO, that first casualty. Nuba, though, Rob and Frost all getting involved here. RMIT's frontline just falls to ashes there. Paper thin, it would seem, against the likes of the triple duelist from UNSW. Kyrie towards the backline here to try and potentially stall. Doesn't have Dance of the Butterfly available. The insert coin portaling on here. Interesting, maybe going for a high dunk here with the Meteor potentially.
Oh, could be. It is going to be the Invincible Pulse Cannon taking out Anuva, though. So, be able to push themselves up a notch into this, and we'll see if they can get a little more over the top where that came from, Tone, guys. Are trying their best to hone in on their power, hone in on their strengths, and here we go again. It's Omega Hurricane time, bringing up the power. They aren't able to get the KOs they need. Freedom Charge is just too strong.
Yeah, Freedom Charge keeping everybody online. We'll finally see Dance of the Butterfly come through, but it is Fate of Both Worlds. It is Psionic Seduction coming out here from Yuang Milan, and we'll see Frost, we'll see Nuba combined for all those KOs there, and that mission vehicle will continue to push, and we'll see potentially Karo trying to stall. Last Stand coming out of Frost, trying to find this final layer touching on towards the mission vehicle. OTR will fall, and so will Kyrie, and UNSW. We'll be locking it up here on Yggdrasil 2-1.
2-1, they get it done and take map 2 into their favor. What a way to get it done there, Tony. Just locking it down and locking it in, and they are going to be so happy with that. So, very eager to see what else they can tap into from this. MVP on Frost there, no doubt. Definitely locked in throughout the series there, and to see what else they can achieve heading forward.
Yeah, like the flexibility out of Frost, right? We saw Magneto getting taken away, locked in as well from RMIT. So Frost is like, you know what? I don't have to play Vanguard. I'll play the Wolverine, and I'll do just as good. MVP performance. And I was going to say UNSW really controlling a lot of the space, right? RMIT, they looked a lot more panicked going into a lot of those fights there on that defense side, especially. That's where UNSW were really able to calm themselves a little bit. They're like, all right, we're calling for crucial targets here. We're target focusing this strategist, and it paid off. RMIT, they're down 2-0, man. That's not what we want to see out of the grand finals, and not what we're expecting to see out of them going into this series overall.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there, Tony. Not really what we're expecting in any way, shape, or form, but that's going to be the way that it goes down into map 2 here. So already, UNSW have earned themselves series point here, grand final point for that matter, and we'll see if there is going to be a path to redemption forward for RMIT here. If there is going to be a moment for them to break back in.
Yeah, it's I feel like it probably goes towards, again, the picks and bans, right? We saw a little bit of prioritization towards the strategist, but not an overwhelming amount. Of course, they took away the Torch, they took away the Magneto, they took away the Jeff and Mantis, but I was going to say as well, Lick has been quite key on some of those Fate of Both Worlds, really keeping UNSW healthy when they're kind of going for those fights, right? And it just feels like RMIT is probably not as awake as you would hope for a grand final like this. And you know, I was going to say, I can't really fault them, right? It's around 10 p.m. right now, and RMIT, they just saw that last best of 5 unfold. They're like, all right, I feel like they got their fill, right? But we need to see them come to play here. for this next one, because UNSW, they're showing up like the team we expected.
That's right, coming straight into the Hall of Dajalia, to our convergence map here. So very eager to see how things convert. Heading into a map like this one, I think that there's a lot of potential around the first segment of the mission area as well. You can see a lot of defensive capabilities. Obviously, you got to worry about the map effects there as well. You could get burnt to a crisp by some of the charms coming through there. So, got to be careful. Got to be looking to give it your best. But speaking of your best, Tony, definitely eager to see how the best will look heading into this map. What kind of compositions we could see. Wouldn't surprise me if we did see another version of maybe that triple strategist, triple vanguard again, especially on the defensive side there. They need something, I guess, for a lot of padding against some of the firepower that their opponents can bring. And yeah, I'm keen to see what's going to go down here.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one, right? There's a lot of prioritization here still towards the Strange. I feel like RMIT haven't really gotten to use that one to its full extent, so hopefully we'll get to see them bring it through here. But for UNSW, I feel like they don't have to change all too much in what they've been picking and banning here. I was going to say they can play a lot of different things. We've seen flexibility in the compositions already, very stock standard for domination. Then we saw the triple vanguard, triple strategist, so this is really, I guess, all eyes are on RMIT right now. The pressure's definitely on for them.
Certainly on, and now we're going to be seeing the same bands come through. So will be the Ultron and Jeff coming out there. Do not want to see Runks Jeff. 100% understandable coming through from RMIT into this one. You think things are nasty now. If Runks Jeff is online, it's going to get even worse. But it is going to be the first save from RMIT, and it's looking to be Mantis. So, yeah, just more of the same in the beginning here. Things will start to change towards the middle or end segment of this, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely, can't let Runk play that Jeff. I was going to say Runk has been a star sort of player on that one. Emma Frost going to be locked and taken away here for RMIT. So, a lot of, prioritization towards the Emma here for UNSW, and I kind of respect that, right? Frost has been playing that one super well. The side seductions aren't the craziest, but they still feel like they have the impact. It's, let alone popping that ultimate just feels like a scary thing. RMIT, they'll be locking in the Mantis, but they'll also be taking it away from UNSW.
That they will, and we'll see what the results of that will be. Obviously having access to that Soul Resurgence yourself is going to be a pretty solid outcome there. But speaking of outcomes that we are seeing, no more Torch, and Adam is going to be taken away from RMIT as well. So that kind of forces RMIT to consider whether they want to take the Adam away from UNSW in the same token here, or whether they might consider another option. One more save comes through from UNSW, and we are going to see Meteor prioritized. Mag is online.
Mag online here for the side of UNSW, and it feels fitting to potentially close out the series, right? You're thinking that way if you're UNSW. You get some big Meteors at it, Frost or Yuang. Both of them have shown that they can bring that one out. So a flexible Vanguard pick. We'll see Strange taken away here from RMIT, and we'll see Magneto locked in. So both sides, they like to play with their Meteors here, Matt.
Yeah, they like to play a game Pop Goes the Weasel, don't they? And definitely keen to see how the big Meteors will be looking to
Right heroes could make
down
all the
there.
difference.
As OTR going to be bringing out the Punisher into this one, and definitely keen to see the KO potential coming into this right now, Tony, as we got that Strange potential as well. Looking to bring out the portal power. We'll see how things will go, as we've got Runk looking into this one. We're not going to see a target acquired Warlock this time. It's going to be Loki time.
Yeah, that feels interesting. I was going to say, just knowing the kind of player, I guess, that Lick is, I would have thought they'd Lick on the Loki, but I was going to say Ron can kind of play it as well, so, may as well. Phoenix here once again for Steve. We'll see you laying the one on the Spider-Man. So, triple D? Yes, triple duelist here coming out from the side of UNSW. We'll see Frost on the Venom. On the defense, interesting little. No, okay, they changed it up. It's good. Wait, it's gonna be Frost on Spider-Man.
The battle starts
Okay.
in 5, 4,
Interesting to see that one come through there, Tone, and
1.
I guess I'm curious,
You have to stop
what
them
is
from
it going to
securing
pop
the mission
through,
area.
like, as a result of this?
Opening a portal.
Oops, portal time.
We gotta stop it.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah.
Really smart play there, and, you know, it really goes to show the importance of protecting your Strange, like, as best as you can.
You don't have to fight alone.
Yeah, they will fight Frost. So I was gonna say it's a great stop though, because that kind of, I guess, puts a tailspin in the attack as RMIT will still walk it up with healthier numbers. Nova is going to be taken out there. Beautiful KO from OTR. Feeling the one just kind of getting peppered with bullets right now. Kara though in the back line is under fire here. Steve using that Phoenix, dishing out that AoE. I was going to say, nobody here taken out for UNSW's side. It's another one. KO finalized here for Steve. It's another from Link, and Nuva still dishing out that damage run, getting involved for a KO as well. Now, as you said, you know, the ability to stop that portal has sent ROIT
Okay, I did it.
into a little bit of a rough end.
Yeah, going to be in a bit of a tough spot there, Tony, aren't they? And very keen, curious even, to see what else they can achieve forward from here. I'm going to be looking to back for a second. Not going to be to hold on.
We are undefeated.
Yeah, but the Resurgence comes online now. Carol going to be able to keep RMIT alive a bit longer with this one. And great sedation as well. Leak reacting though with the fate of both worlds there. And see what else they can do with the Endsong Inferno. There's a KO in reaction on him. Insert going 53 and Ninja going down as well here. Spell in trouble for the side of RMIT and forcing them to reconsider their approach forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, as you said, great reactionary fate of both worlds there from Lake, but as well, the bubble on the rump, keeping them up there for the side of UNSW. That time continues to trickle down. About 2 minutes left here for RMIT. They do have a lot of ultimates to play for. Fate of both worlds here for insert coins, so maybe they just kind of walk it up with that one. Throw a Punisher ultimate in there and kind of call it a day. But UNSW, I was going to say as well, Frost isn't really playing towards the front line like a Vanguard should, right? Galactic Legend really coming out of here from Nuva. It's going to be Runk as well with the Fate of both worlds copy. Meteor coming out and big slam from Wang the one. Taking out 3 KOs there, the triple, and they'll just dance a little victory dance on top of the Runk Fate of both worlds. RMIT now only a minute left to play with.
Big stuff coming through from them there, Tony. You know they mean business when they get into it like that. And very excited to see what else they are going to be able to cook up into this, Tony, as I'm going to be looking to zone things out, stall things out, and see what else they can do with this from here as way through for a moment longer. You can see what else they might be able to bring here, but time is not on RMIT's side, and they need to break through desperately, otherwise it'll be over and out, just like that.
That's so bad. Great dive there. There's the butterfly coming through here. Direct, soften up. There's here for OTR. We'll see Soul Resurgence. We'll see Song Inferno. Not quite its mark this time from Steve. Needs to fall back a little bit, but they've got a Venom to deal with in their backline. Air Ninja being a nuisance, but Link, Fate of both worlds once again coming up at a pivotal moment. And we'll see Air Ninja crumble there on the wall. Rug getting taken out in the meantime. Feast of the Abyss with Frost and Link walking up. And of course, though, still RMIT playing for the numbers. And Song Inferno from all the way downtown. Wang the one, though, able to find another. And Nuva Link, they combine for some more KOs. OT will tick. And Nuva will find smiles. No portal for RMIT. It is no percentage capture either. UNSW with a dominant
Time to
defense.
switch things up, including which side you're on.
That's it. Really great beginning coming through there, Tony. They are going to be able to lock
You'll
things
need a
down,
top-notch
and
team to win this one.
really solid with how they've approached the beginning there. So RMIT, one and the same. You know, the pressure is going to be on them on the defensive sector now to really deliver the best possible defense. Otherwise, it's all going to go by the wayside here. It will be over and out just like that. So, curious to see how they respond to this. I love the Black Panther hover coming through here from Nuva. I think that's definitely going to be one thing that would catch RMIT off guard, honestly. But I mean, one and the same. Spider-Man again. It makes sense because RMIT are known to play into those portals. It makes a lot of sense to where Yuang the Wong could go to stop them in the early phase here from trying to get any of that portal potential. But I think RMIT has adapted well as well in the sense they're not looking to play into that. They're just going to go straight for it, straight towards the mission area here and give it the best they can.
Yeah, this is I think it's UNSW kind of having a little fun with it. You know, you wing the one and the Spider-Man maneuver onto the Black Panther. It's a great dive comp, right? You know, follow up with Frost. This could be pretty good. And of course, UNSW, they don't have to play a portal. They've got 4 minutes to cap, just 33% here on the mission area. Frost is already working around, trying to spot something up. Maneuver as well. Good spear. We'll fall back. Up by the health pack and RMIT are still up for the moment, Matt, so you know, no KOs quickly just yet for either side.
No KOs as yet, but definitely could be more where that came from. Just a second. There we go. Ari opens the account there. Frost goes down as well. So nice village of KOs coming through from RMIT on the defensive side at the moment. And they're getting pretty quick to it to build up the ultimates. Uh-oh. Oh no.
The Hawkeye.
In doubt, Nuva brings out the Hawkeye. I've seen this one personally, and it is devastating when it really gets to fruition. And we'll see what Nuva can do against RMIT with this one, Tony. I'm terrified already.
Yeah, eyes on Nuva, right? The headshots needs a hit. And the KOs need to come quick here, because you can see that RMIT are all gathered around that high ground. They're spacing themselves pretty well. Hard for Nuva to really isolate one KO here. Will be topped up here. Monk doing some good work here on the strategist as well with Lick, keeping everybody healthy. Of course, they did lose Frost in the time being. RMIT are starting to charge up the ultimates too. We do have Ensong Inferno, OT, we'll see Feast of the Abyss as well available for Air Ninja. We'll see the Meteor available. We'll see Hawkeye ultimate immediately coming out here. They're trying to take out Air Ninja, and they've already found it. Smiles with the Meteor, looking for a dunk back, trying to do his best Yuang the Wong impression. But Nuva is Dance of the Butterfly. Desperation attempt here from RMIT. Fate of both worlds keeping them up, but the end song Inferno, the Feast of the Abyss. It's gonna be UNSW with a clean sweep of the grand finals. 1-0 here on the Hall of Djalia, Matt, and UNSW. They'll be taking home the grand final in record pace.
Oh my goodness, can you believe it, Tony? They managed to get the job done. Lick is going to be the MVP there, the star to take them to the stars and there beyond. So, fantastic stuff coming through in the grand finals, you know, and it's kind of crazy to see the difference between the third place matchup and grand finals here tonight, Tony. Showcasing how UNSW have been a league above this season.
Yeah, well-deserved victory out of them, right? It felt destined in the way that they've been playing this season overall, just going from dominant victory to dominant victory, and of course, rocking the top of the table the entire time throughout the regular season. Then, of course, going to playoffs, you know, they shook up a little bit. You know, UTS did bring it to them in that semi, but they looked all but online here for this grand final, and that's to credit their confidence as a team, right? As we said, star-studded roster, star-studded players, and that's the show they put on this evening.
Yeah, exactly right, Tony. You know, they definitely put on a stellar show. It was really impressive to see how they were able to hold themselves accountable pretty much through every single map there. Like, RMIT definitely gave it a good crack into a lot of the portion of this, but just it didn't work out the way that they'd intended here. And so, will be the way that it all flows to fruition. And speaking of flowing to fruition, it's that time again, Tony. It's interview time. Welcome in, Frost.
What's up, guys?
Not much. It's a pleasure to have you on board, my man. You know, I've seen you playing Rivals last week. I've seen you play again today. It's always great to see you guys really give it your best. And I guess looking into this series here, like, did you think it would be more competitive than it was, or like before, were you just feeling fully confident the whole way through?
I think initially I was thinking that QT would be like one of the bigger contenders, but it turns out they're very target bannable. But honestly, I thought it would be us versus. It would actually, yeah. I think second place would have been us versus RMIT or us versus UTS. But it seems like RMIT pulled it out.
Yeah, dominant grand final out of you guys. I was going to say speed running it would seem, but I was going to say I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit there. I was going to say what were the comms like going for that the Spider-Man stall there? I was going to say they had the Strange there in that final map, and you're like, all right, they're going to portal. What was the communication like going into that one?
Oh, okay. So this is like some high elo ranked BS tech, where if you have like a Venom player on your team on that map specifically, you can like have a Spider-Man try and go for like a pull off the map at the very beginning and have him like int his brains out, because by the time he dies, a Venom can just swing back in, and that's what happens.
Love it. Love the big brain plays coming through from you guys there. And I guess thinking towards the end of the map, you know, I was I guess surprised to see Hawkeye break out. What was the reasoning like behind that for you guys?
I think it's just a comfort pick for Nova, but even then, it's just like I could see the reasoning behind it, because it is like a very, very long map. So I think having like long range poke is pretty good.
Definitely great to see there, and really great season, honestly, from you and your team. You know, you guys have put on a great show, and I guess, you know, heading towards the future, like, do you guys feel like if you came into it again in seasons going forward, you guys would be able to kind of elevate your play to another level? Or do you think maybe there'd be, I guess, a chance for the other rosters to kind of bridge the gap a little bit there?
Well, I think, to be honest, like Marvel Rivals is just, as a game, is starting to become like not as fun because of the current meta being triple support. So like I myself am taking like I'm trying to like move away from Rivals to play other games. So that might in turn like leave some room for some other teams to take victories and stuff. But it seems, as of right now, if things keep going the way they are, it will probably end up just being us like continuing to dominate.
Well, definitely eager to see how that plays out going forward. And yeah, really impressed with how you guys played throughout the season. It's always been a pleasure to, you know, watch you guys inside this circuit, inside Ignite. It's been great to see you and your team play. So really appreciate you coming on board with us here today, Frost. You know, it's always awesome. And yeah, thanks so much for an incredible season.
Yeah, no worries. It was pretty fun. Yeah.
There you go. So that is going to be that, Tony. Always good to get insights from our players. As always, there, you know, good to get some insights from Frost and their team as to how they're feeling, how they're going. And yeah, they're feeling calm, confident as ever. So really solid outcome coming out from them in the grand final there, taking it away in a clean sweep.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, as Frost said, he was, you know, expecting a few of the, I guess, different teams there. RMIT were, you know, as he said, you know, second place, definitely. UT as well, one of those teams that he kind of expected there towards the playoff bracket. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see QUT in the playoffs at all. They didn't make it. But yeah, I was going to say, good to, I guess, dive a little bit deeper into Frost's psyche as well. You know, the way the meta currently plays out, you know, just probably isn't for him at this current stage. But, you know, I was going to say, if, you know, they continue to play and continue to put their best foot forward, UNSW definitely, as Frost said, probably the dominance is going to be shown once again.
That's it. And Dominance could be shown again, and let's take a look at how things played out tonight, Tony. As you can see, we started off with an absolute banger into our third place match there, 3-2. UTS taking on Monash, and what a nail biter that was. You know, I thought it could go either way right up until the bitter end there, and UTS managed to prevail, showcasing their hard work paid off and did earn their third place. But into the grand final, UNSW RMIT, UNSW managed to prevail with confidence, taking away 3-0.
Yeah, some domination. It feels, I was gonna say, looking at the way the playoffs wrapped up here, it just felt like we got the grand final in that third place decider there. But I was gonna say, if you're dominant, you know what you're doing. It kind of really tells the story itself. UNSW again, dominant 3-0 there in the grands, and of course, grand final performance there in that third place from UTS and Monash. And it's interesting, Matt. Looking at that one overall, we didn't expect to see Monash, the reigning champions from last season, going to this one. They definitely looked like the same team on paper. They just didn't really convert in some of these later stage games, and that's why we saw UTS take home that third place there.
Yeah, exactly right. They were able to really showcase a lot of their strengths there and really showcase exactly what they needed to do in order to convert that into a full-blown series, Tony. So really saw the stuff coming out there, and really impressive different pieces of tech, coming out from all the different rosters here today. We saw some crazy Portal tech come through. We saw some Spider-Man stuff coming out, like Spider-Man. My goodness. It's going to be a fun one when you see the Spider-Man coming out there. Spectacular spin on deck. Love to see it, but definitely eager to see more where that came from into the future. But what else I'm keen to see, Tony? Our sponsors.
Oh, absolutely. Gonna start off with AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. AGON by AOC provide the best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
And a big shout out to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And of course, Indomie, the noodle partner, made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au. Again, Matt, of course, wouldn't be possible without sponsors. So one final shout out to them.
That's it. A big shout out to our sponsors there, and a big shout out to AEL. Make sure you check out AEL, AU Esports League, on all of our various social medias there. That's going to be on X, on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you name it, we are going to be on it. Make sure you check out the AEL at AU Esports League on all of our various platforms there. Definitely putting out some incredible stuff. But speaking of incredible stuff, Tony, we have had an absolutely thrilling season. It's been a pleasure to have you on board. It's been a pleasure to have Emperor ZK on board as well. A big shout out to our co-caster, Emperor ZK there. Unfortunately not here tonight, but maybe we'll see them again very soon. But speaking of seeing you again very soon, a big shout out to every single viewer, every single team for an amazing season. You know who you are. We love you all, and can't wait to see you in until the next one. Big love all round, and we'll catch you later. Ciao for now.